Big breaking news coming in there. Union Minister of Finance Nirmala Sitharaman will present vote on account for Jammu and Kashmir today. Official sources have stated that a full budget for Jammu and Kashmir would be presented by the new government in its first session of Parliament after the general elections 2024. Jammu and Kashmir is anticipating a substantial increase in budget for the financial year. Now we have Harsha joining us live to bring us the latest update on this. Harsha, if you can hear me, what is the latest update? What is the latest update? What is the expected allocation of budget? And when is it likely to happen?
So what we know is that today almost interim budget of Jammu and Kashmir will be tabled by FM Nirmala Sitharaman. The time which has been decided for that is after 12 p.m. because at 11 o'clock when Lok Sabha will commence, at that time it will start with the motion of thanks by different member of parliament on the president's speech, and after that, after 12 o'clock, FM Nirmala Sitharaman would be tabling the interim budget of Jammu and Kashmir. So right now what we know is that Jammu and Kashmir's interim budget are very important, and the copies of the budget of Jammu and Kashmir have already arrived in the parliament for both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. And what we know is that 1.8 lakh crore is the allocated amount, but the full-fledged budget for Jammu and Kashmir will be tabled after 2024 election, when the first session of parliament will happen after 2024 election. But before that is the interim budget of Jammu and Kashmir, which will focus on all the aspects, the infrastructure and the other developments project, and what is the allocation for Jammu and Kashmir projects. So today FM Nirmala Sitharaman would be speaking on interim budget of Jammu and Kashmir, and the time allotted for that is almost 45 minutes to 1 hour. And after that it will be seen that how opposition reacts to the Jammu and Kashmir interim budget, and this budget is what everyone is also looking for, and therefore opposition leaders have also been voicing their opinion on the Jammu and Kashmir interim budget. But we know this Jammu and Kashmir interim budget will be tabled by FM Nirmala Sitharaman after 12 o'clock, because at around 5 o'clock there will be motion of thanks on the president's speech by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, and he will arrive in the parliament after 2 o'clock, and at 5 o'clock the motion of thanks on president's speech will be started by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Today it is in Lok Sabha, and day after tomorrow it is in Raj Sabha. So today the important bills are there. 0 hour is not in Lok Sabha today. All the member of parliament of BJP have been issued whip to be present in the Lok Sabha in full number. The strength of the Lok Sabha is supposed to be full today, and therefore all the member of parliaments have also started arriving. Just now Home Minister Amit Shah and Piyush Goyal also arrived in the parliament. So what we're expecting is that the meeting also before the Jammu and Kashmir interim budget will take place inside parliament amongst the leaders and amongst the ministers of the ruling party of the central government inside parliament before the interim budget of Jammu and Kashmir will be tabled today in Lok Sabha. So at 12 o'clock, we are expecting that Nirmala Sitharaman will arrive here, because budget copies have already arrived. The visuals of the budget copies are already on our screen. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. I believe the full budget is expected in June or July, somewhere after the Lok Sabha elections. Could you also update us about that? And big expectations from the interim budget, I must say.
So earlier, what government was focused on, that almost 37,780 almost crore is what we were expecting for the Jammu and Kashmir. But now government has stated that 1.8 lakh crore is right now the entire budget which has been made for Jammu and Kashmir. The full-fledged budget of Jammu and Kashmir will be allocated after the Lok Sabha election only, as 2024 Lok Sabha election are supposed to happen in April this year, and after that
जो बोल रहे पहले इसको तो बोलने दीजिए मैं उसी दिन मैं सोचा कि ये पतन के रास्ते में इनको ले जा रहा है, और इसलिए कि बरहेट से अगर लड़ाया जाएगा, इनको बरहेट से जीतेंगे और मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे तो वहां पर हम लोगों का धंधा चलेगा, पत्थर का धंधा आराम से चलेगा। और यही चीज हुआ, और इसीलिए बार बार हम इसको मना कर रहे थे कि देखिए ये लोग आपको बदनाम कर दिया और आपकी बर्बादी की रास्ता शुरू होगी। और बराबर इस बात को हम बोलते रहे। आज हम इस चीज को देख रहे हैं,
रास्ते पे चल रहा है ना नक्शे कदम पे।
अरे यार अभी चले कहाँ हैं आप, बड़ा मुश्किल बात है, अभी चले कहाँ हैं? जी बिल्कुल देंगे, एकदम है, एकदम। हम कौन बोला यार इस्तीफा? चैनल वाला चला देगा, अपने मन से चला देगा। कहीं लिखी दिया है क्या? नहीं कहीं लिखी दिया है क्या? चंपाई चंपाई बाबू क्या करेंगे नहीं करेंगे वो तो बात की बात है, अभी तो फ्लोर पर साबित होने दीजिए।
कतरा जेएमएम के साथ है।
सुनिए यहाँ तो हम खोज रहे हैं पिंटू जी को, कहाँ है वो सामने तो आवे, हम सवाल जवाब करेंगे उनसे भी।
बीजेपी बोली खेला
पिंटू सूर्य ने क्या खेला होगा नहीं बोला आपने।
आ जाओ कर लेते
हो गया, चलो ना भाई।
Time to slip into a short break. On the other side, Prime Minister Modi to reply to the motion of thanks to the President's address in Lok Sabha at 5 p.m. today.
I always felt that there was something which was preventing the Hindus from expressing their true feelings as Hindus and as nationalists and as part of people in public discourse. I had the fortune of being associated with the Ram Janmabhoomi movement from the word go. It started in 1983, but there is a background to it. It is not that this movement originated on the basis of Hindu-Muslim relationship in post-independence India, but it happened long back. All this came out in the course of the exchange of documents between Hindus and Muslims as to how the Ram Janmabhoomi movement evolved from the 18th century, early part of the 18th century. And the British had recorded it. A British judge had recorded in 1886 when a suit was filed to take possession of the Ram Janmabhoomi. He recorded that it is unfortunate that a Hindu temple was demolished and a mosque has been built on its place. But it is very difficult for me after this length of time to hand over the premises to the Hindus. This was the helplessness of government with the judicial system which had very limited scope to intervene in these matters. But the historicity of this was established by series of struggles which the Hindus undertook. By way of military expedition, by way of war diplomacy, and it all every time there was some physical clash. The last was in 1934, when several hundreds of Hindus were killed, according to the British records. So the Hindus have been struggling for it on the basis of their continuous belief and the claiming the right to worship. This would have normally happened immediately after the country attained freedom, like it happened in the case of Somnath. It should have happened instantly. But the idea was to deny the Hindus their just and lawful claims to the three masjids. You know, it is not that the government was unaware, the political system was unaware, or the judiciary was unaware. Anyone with basic understanding of historic and civilizational forces, how they can like a wave, again and again come and manifest. We'll have to only look at what Arnold Toynbee told the
Now, news and wrap from across the country. The police arrested Maharashtra Youth Congress President Kunal Raut for allegedly defacing a poster of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Nagpur. Now, the Youth Congress leader and a few others allegedly defaced a poster of Prime Minister Modi with black paint. The Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad detained an Islamic cleric, Mufti Salman Azhari, from Mumbai's Ghatkopar for allegedly giving an inflammatory speech in Gujarat. Hundreds of his supporters gathered outside the area where the ATS team was carrying searches. The Uttarakhand Cabinet approved the report on Uniform Civil Code during a cabinet meeting. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami said the state government will move forward in the direction to make it an act.
चुनाव के समय आप सबके समक्ष हमने ये संकल्प रखा था हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में और उन्हीं की प्रेरणा से हमारी पार्टी ने ये संकल्प पत्र उत्तराखंड की देवतुल्य जनता के सामने रखा था कि नई सरकार के गठन होते ही हम सबसे पहले कोई काम करेंगे तो समान नागरिक संहिता को लाने के लिए कमेटी बनाने का काम करेंगे। उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ेंगे।
BJP issued a 3-line whip to its Lok Sabha MPs, asking them to be present in the House today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will reply to the motion of thanks on presidential address delivered on January 31st, 2024 in the Parliament. Embarking on his week-long visit to India, the Deputy Prime Minister Fiji, Biman Prasad, arrived in New Delhi yesterday night. Now, Biman Prasad will be the first foreign leader to visit Ayodhya after the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. A group of 30 Russian devotees participated in the Rahu Ketu Puja at Sri Kalahasti Temple in Tirupati. The group actively participated in the rituals of the temple. Coming up, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to introduce interim budget for Jammu and Kashmir today.
I think it's the best time that has been chosen, and we cannot stop anymore. The temple construction will keep happening. It may take several more months to finish, or maybe years. But what is now available, what is ready, we should just go on.
Gurudev, are the Muslims a part of this celebration? You know, we are just days away from the Pran Pratishtha of the Bhavya Ram Mandir. And I remember that in 2018, we were covering very closely what you were doing. And I must say today to all the viewers that it's not just the court verdict. It's also, viewers, we must understand there was a setting, there was a mood setting which happened, and the process of reconciliation happened before the court order when Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar sat with all the representatives of both the sides. I remember he had sat and he even told, there were 12 trunks which were given full of documents to the Chief Justice of India at that point of time. Gurudev was part of the negotiation which went on with both sides. Gurudev, at that time you had said that India will turn into another Syria if this dispute is not resolved. I remember you also said that we can't make Lord Ram to be born in another place, while you were saying why the Hindus should be given the site. my direct question to you is, one, have Muslims actually accepted the reality? B, what is your sense of the Muslim community? Are they truly part of this celebration, or is there a feeling of angst inside them about the Ram temple today?
As far as I know, today there is very good feelings even among the Muslims. I don't see there is any such bickering. When I went and met about 1,200 imams and other religious leaders throughout the country during the mediation time, I tell you, except 2 or 3, everyone was willing to be part of this. Everyone was willing for a peaceful and happy settlement. Nobody wants to carry this on further anymore. Their only concern was, it should not become a precedence for 3,000 other mosques. So that was their concern and worry. And a second thing was that except just couple of lawyers and a few people, most of them were willing to come to the settlement. And many of them have written, given in writing that they are ready to be part of peaceful settlement.
But what is this?
In fact, Arnab, that nobody wanted 5 acres. Muslims never even asked for 5 acres of land. It is our suggestion to give them so that everyone feels good about it, to feel good fact.
Hemant Soren has arrived. He's reaching the assembly, as you can see on your screen, viewers. Hemant Soren, former Chief Minister. He, of course, has walked out of jail to take part in the voting process. Hemant Soren arrived at the assembly to cast his vote. You can see on your screen. Let us remind you, viewers, that Jharkhand Assembly has 81 seats and the majority mark is 41. Big breaking news, whether they would be able to prove their majority today or not. Former Chief Minister Hemant Soren, you can see on your screen, he has arrived, walked out of jail to cast his vote. Big breaking news. Now, whether JMM Congress will be able to prove their majority or not, Hemant Soren, as you can see, has arrived. The Jharkhand Assembly has 81 seats and the majority mark is, of course, 41. JMM coalition has a comfortable majority of 48 MLAs, as we are told. Okay. As you can see on your screen, Jharkhand Assembly has 81 seats. They have to prove their majority mark today. Hemant Soren is out of jail to cast his vote. All eyes are on the floor test in the Jharkhand Assembly. And let us tell you, viewers, that it is likely to begin at 11 a.m. as we are told. Champai Soren, who took the oath as Chief Minister, will prove his... Assembly. Moving on to next breaking news coming in. More trouble for India Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir. AAP Jammu and Kashmir unit seeks share in Lok Sabha polls 2024. AAP co-chairman Mehraj Malik says we want share in Jammu as well as in Kashmir. We have a reaction coming in. Listen in, viewers.
के चुनाव अगर देखेंगे आप तो बहुत सारी सीटों पे जो है दावेदारी हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रहा है मोदी की सोच को रोकने के लिए। ये जिस किस्म का माहौल बना रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र को खत्म करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए इंडिया का गठबंधन बना है और गठबंधन का हिस्सा आम आदमी पार्टी भी है पूरे देश के अंदर। और उन चीजों को रोकने के लिए, मोदी को रोकने के लिए, लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए हम भी प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस चीज को वैसे नहीं रोका जा सकता है। मोदी के खिलाफ लड़ने वाला ईमानदार का होना बहुत जरूरी है। अगर भाजपा सरकार के खिलाफ आपको लड़ाई लड़नी है, उन्हें रोकना है, तो ईमानदार चेहरों को इलेक्शन में सामने लाना होगा। 12 साल से लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी भी जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर काम कर रही है और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग भी जानते हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी का विजन लोगों के हित में क्या है। बेसब्री से इंतजार हो रहा है जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर कि आम आदमी पार्टी का चुनाव चिन्ह झाड़ू कब जम्मू कश्मीर में दिखेगा और लोग उस पर बटन दबाने का काम करेंगे। बस उसका इंतजार है कि हाईकमांड से क्या फैसला आता है। दिल्ली के अंदर शेयर है, पंजाब के अंदर शेयर है, और वहीं जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग भी चाहते हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी का भी शेयर होना चाहिए, कश्मीर से भी और जम्मू से भी। और इस बात की उम्मीद करेंगे, ईमानदार चेहरे हमारे पास हैं। सबसे बेहतर जो है आप देखेंगे कि जो लोगों को रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे देश के अंदर, और मोदी सरकार की इस तानाशाही को रोकने का काम और उनके खिलाफ बोलने का काम, जम्मू कश्मीर के गरीब की आवाज को बुलंद करने का काम आम आदमी पार्टी से बेहतर कोई नहीं कर सकता है। और इसमें इंडिया अलायंस में भी दावेदारी होनी चाहिए।
Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, more trouble over seat sharing in the India Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir. Bring us up to date with the latest developments here.
See, this was something that no one was actually expecting, that the Aam Aadmi Party will make claim for their seat sharing in Jammu and Kashmir. See, undoubtedly they are part of the alliance, but no one has expected, because what it was thought by the Congress Party or the alliance partners, that it will only be the National Conference, the PDP and the Congress Party that will have discussions on the alliance. But now the Aam Aadmi Party has come into frame, claiming that if they are one of the key pillars of the alliance that has taken place, why they are being ignored, and it is the aspiration of the people that they should not only contest from Jammu but also from the Kashmir Valley. They have also said that only the honest people that the Aam Aadmi Party has are capable of challenging and taking a head-on challenge with the ruling BJP government. That means that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders too have said that they have the on-ground leadership that is preparing themselves to contest the Lok Sabha polls. So if the things don't go well, it is quite possible now that Aam Aadmi Party will contest all 5 Lok Sabha seats on their own. This is what the possibility that the leadership in Jammu and Kashmir is showing. They are saying that if we can have a share in Delhi and Punjab, why not in Jammu and Kashmir if the alliance is to take place? So now this is really very concerning, at least at a time when the talks between the National Conference, the PDP and the Congress Party are expected to begin. We have many hurdles there also, because the Congress is trying to exert pressure on the political parties like PDP and NC by claiming their seat share in the Kashmir Valley, and NC has done the vice versa. They have said that we have won all 3 seats in the Kashmir Valley, and the Congress that got the vote in Rajouri and Poonch, it is their vote, and they intend to contest all those seats again. And now Aam Aadmi Party being it was not a big alliance partner when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir. They have few of their DDCs, those who have won, but yes, it can dent the aspirations of the Congress, National Conference and PDP as an alliance if they were planning to come here. But yes, one thing is very clear, that Aam Aadmi Party is now in fray for Jammu and Kashmir as well, and the alliance that the opposition was trying to form is going to have more and more trouble in days to come.
Clearly unhappy at being ignored. Thank you, Gursimran, for those updates.
People are uncomfortable. No, too much Hinduism nowadays. Why should we be passive Hindus? We are becoming aggressive Hindus. What is your view of all this, Gurudev?
I know there are many such misconceptions. I give the right for people to be in ignorance because they just don't want to see the truth. They don't want to see the light. They are dwindling. Their numbers are minuscule today. They should go to the ground level and just look at what people want. People are today very proud of being who they are, what they are. That was not the case before. Someone who crosses the boundaries of India will even change their names. That's not happening today. You see, the revivalism, when something good is being revived, why to shy away from that? Be part of the revivalism. It's a flood that is happening today of upliftment of the whole nation, and you should just be part of that. See, when you say development doesn't only mean making roads and building houses. It also development of the civilization, the culture, the values that we uphold. And today the world is welcoming our values, these values. If you closely watch the developed countries, the struggle they are going through today is appalling, and we don't want those ills of the society come into our society as well. 1 in every 3 person is getting depressed, and they're all turning towards yoga. They are all turning towards chanting, which was a taboo before. 42 years back when I started Art of Living, yoga was a taboo. Not everybody wants to even think about it in the world. But today, I tell you, 1/4 of the population, maybe now 1/3 of the population, world's population, are practicing meditation, yoga, chanting and all this. So people now should wake up to this reality and not just shy away from or feel so entrenched in the old colonial mindset.
I think so. I think people should be comfortable with who they are. And Hindus are becoming comfortable with who they are in their essence. And I think this is very important. I think actually, Gurudev, too much politics, symbolic politics has happened around Hinduism. You also put religion against religion, don't you think so? I mean, Rajiv Gandhi did Shahbano to appease the Muslims. Then he turned around, he tried to open the locks to appease the Hindus. Then he tried to start his campaign from Ayodhya, and you end up getting muddled up. You end up moving from appeasing this side to appeasing that side. Don't you think so? I mean, we should move towards a different approach to politics.
समय बदला, कहानियां बदली. अब मैं जब जिस दुनिया से आता हूं, मैं कभी सर एक दिन भी मैंने प्रिटेंड होने की और किसी और कॉम्प्लेक्स में नहीं पड़ा कि नहीं यार मुझे ये आनी चाहिए. मुझे लगा मैं जो हूं वही हूं और मैं इसी तरीके से रहूंगा और मैं इसको बहुत ही प्राइड और प्राउड के साथ प्रेजेंट करूंगा.
कभी लगा कि चेंज करूंगा तो ज्यादा सक्सेसफुल बनूंगा?
चेंज करूंगा तो
Top headlines this morning. All eyes on Jharkhand Assembly as Champai Soren's government faces floor test. Amid floor test, Jharkhand ex-Chief Minister Hemant Soren now reaches the Assembly. Prime Minister Modi to reply to the motion of thanks to the President's address in the Lok Sabha at 5 p.m. today. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to introduce interim budget for J&K today. After the Cabinet's clearance, draft of Uniform Civil Code all set to be tabled in Uttarakhand today. Assembly. Top court to hear today, please demanding ASI surveys in Gyanwapi's Wazukhana. Resort politics in Bihar as Congress MLAs from Bihar whizzed off to a resort near Hyderabad ahead of floor test on the 12th. A very good morning. It's 11 a.m. We are live and breaking. The big story, of course, remains the floor test that would begin in just a while from now. In fact, details coming in that the Speaker of the Assembly, Rabindranath, has arrived in the Assembly, and also details that are just coming in on the former Chief Minister, Hemant Soren, who has left the ED office and would be arriving in the Jharkhand Assembly in just a while from now. So the stage, of course, is set for that big floor test to take place in just some time from now. The JMM Congress are, of course, very confident of sailing through that trust vote that would take place in just a bit. Also note that the JMM claims that they have support of 47 MLAs. With that, they will be sailing through the floor test that would take place in just some time. So it's 81 seat assembly, 1 seat note remains vacant, and the halfway mark being 41. The JMM and the Congress say that they have support of 47 MLAs. So big test that lies for Champai Soren. Meanwhile, the BJP sharpening and training guns at the JMM and Congress alliance of the corruption charges that the alliance, particularly Hemant Soren, has been facing. In fact, just a quick run-through of the timeline that we have been tracking. It was on 16th of January that Hemant Soren had told ED to record statement on January 20th. And in just 4 days' time, that is on 20th of Jan, the ED recorded Soren's statements.
अभी थोड़ी देर के बाद तस्वीर जो है पूरी तरीके से क्लियर हो जाएगी। तमाम विधायक विधानसभा के अंदर पहुंच चुके हैं। विश्वास मत थोड़ी देर के बाद पेश किया जाएगा। जी।
All right, so there you heard a lot of reactions coming in from outside the assembly. Meanwhile, security remains heightened, with Hemant Soren all set to arrive in just some time, after which the floor test would take place. So it was on 16th of January that Hemant Soren had told the ED to get his statement recorded on the 20th. And on the 23rd, the ED had issued fresh summons asking Soren to be free between the 27th and the 30th. Following which, on the 29th, ED reached Soren's Delhi residence. However, Soren remained untraceable for nearly 2 days, after which he was, of course, taken into custody. There were a lot of recoveries that were also made by the Enforcement Directorate. With a lot of developments happening over the past few days, a big test there for Champai Soren, who will be facing a trust vote today. The halfway mark note is 41. The JMM and the Congress alliance very confident of sailing through that floor test that would begin shortly. All right, so a lot of reactions coming in. In fact, while the BJP has been training guns at the JMM and the Congress, the latter claims to have support of at least of almost 47 MLAs. Listen in to those reactions.
आज आप लोगों का इतना बड़ा एक दिन है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? फ्लोर टेस्ट का दिन है दादा।
फ्लोर टेस्ट पास कर जाएंगे। मोर देन सफिशिएंट, नॉट लेस देन 47।
दादा क्या जिस तरह से ये आप लोगों के एमएलए को जिस तरह से रिजॉर्ट में लेके गया था, इसमें जो है सब लोग बोल रहे थे, बीजेपी भी बोल रही थी दादा, हाँ बीजेपी भी बोल रही थी, आखिर क्यों इस तरह का काम करना पड़ा, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
कोई काम नहीं करना पड़ा, सब यहाँ पर है। आज फ्लोर टेस्ट होगा, नॉट लेस देन 47।
As 47 MLAs on its side. Meanwhile, these are the live visuals coming in where you see the MLAs reaching the assembly. All right, we have Prakash joining us on the phone line. Prakash, quickly take us through the latest. The JMM leader has been quoted as saying that the alliance has support of 47 MLAs.
अभी तक लगभग 336 कस्तूरबा गांधी बालिका विद्यालय को
प्रदत्त शक्तियों का प्रयोग करते हुए मैं यानी राज्यपाल श्री सीपी राधाकृष्णन, झारखंड का राज्यपाल तद्वारा झारखंड विधानसभा को दिनांक 5 फरवरी 2024 को 11 बजे पूर्वाह्न में संबोधित करना चाहता हूं और इस हेतु झारखंड विधानसभा के समावेश में रांची में सदस्यों की उपस्थिति चाहता हूं। मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि जब माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय सदन में उपस्थित हों तो आप सभी अपने सीट पर विराजमान रहकर अभिभाषण को शालीनता से सुनेंगे तथा पूरे अभिभाषण के दौरान सदन में व्यवस्था बनाए रखेंगे। कोई सदस्य इस दौरान न तो सभा से बाहर जाएंगे तथा न ही अंदर प्रवेश करेंगे। अब मैं माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय की अगवानी के लिए थोड़ी देर के लिए सदन से बाहर जा रहा हूं। मेरी अनुपस्थिति में उनकी अगवानी से आगमन तथा अभिभाषण के बाद उनकी विदाई के लिए मेरे सदन के बाहर रहने की अवधि में भी आप सदन में अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहकर व्यवस्था बनाए रखने की कृपा करेंगे।
Right, so that's a live feed from inside the Jharkhand Assembly. The floor test is set to begin very, very shortly. Just a quick run through of the latest that we are picking up. Hemant Soren has already left the ED office. In fact, details coming in that he's already arrived in the assembly. Let's go across to Prakash, who's joining us. Prakash, the JMM maintains that they have support of at least 47 MLAs. It's all about the number game then, but is it the support of 47 MLAs that the JMM is claiming to be?
Yes, it looks like that their flock is intact, and around 37 MLAs had flown into Hyderabad, and they've all arrived. And in order to keep the JMM Congress flock together, the resort politics was on in the state of Jharkhand ever since Hemant Soren was arrested and the governor was delaying the formation of a new government despite only one formation, that was the JMM and the Congress is taking claim to form the government. Now, the newly formed Champai Soren government claims that they have the support of 29 JMM MLAs, which includes Hemant Soren as well, because the PMLA court has allowed him to participate in the floor test voting. 17 Congress MLAs, that comes to 46, then one from the CPIML and one from the RJD, that is 48. There were few resentments within the JMM, Lovin Hembram and Chamra Linda. They've all met Sibu Soren, who is known as Guruji in Jharkhand politics, and they've made up their mind to support the JMM government. And Sita Soren and Vasant Soren, who are the family members of Hemant Soren, Vasant Soren being the younger brother, Sita Soren the wife of elder brother. They were also unhappy for some time, we are told, but with the intervention of Sibu Soren, the family patriarch, all is well, it seems, and the numbers are there in favor of the JMM Congress as of now, because it's an 80-member house, and for the majority mark, you require 41. And on the other side, the BJP has 26 MLAs, 3 from the AJSU, one from the NCP, which is a fragmented group, and 2 independents are like to support the BJP. The BJP has 32 MLAs in their support. In order to defeat the floor test, the BJP will have to muster the support of at least 9 more MLAs, which looks unlikely at the moment. That is what BJP MP Nishikant Dubey had been tweeting for the past couple of days, that there are few MLAs who are not very happy with the functioning of Hemant Soren and for his involvement in the land scam. Meanwhile, the floor test, Champai Soren decided to go for the floor test as soon as possible so that the MLAs can be brought back from Hyderabad. So yesterday the MLAs were brought to Hyderabad after the 2-day stay. Now we can see in the visuals that Champai Soren has arrived, as well as Hemant Soren has also arrived in the Jharkhand Vidhan Sabha, and the Speaker of the Jharkhand Vidhan Sabha is out there to address, to receive the Governor of Jharkhand, Mr. C.P. Radhakrishnan. All eyes would be on him because he's been making political statements time and again pertaining to the law and order situation in the state, the deteriorating law and order situation in the state, and also questions were raised against Mr. Radhakrishnan for the unnecessary delay in the formation of a new government. There were questions raised against the Governor of Jharkhand for a constitutional crisis because for 24 hours there was no one responsible for the government in Jharkhand because there was no chief minister after the arrest of Hemant Soren, as well as there was no president rule. So the questions were raised. All eyes would be on Mr. Radhakrishnan as to what kind of statement he makes in his address to the legislators in the Jharkhand Assembly, because time and again he's been making statements against the government. So we can see uproar and quite a lot of noises in the Jharkhand Assembly once he makes such a statement. So it's going to be stormy when it comes to the governor's address, and after the governor's address, it's most likely the debate on the floor test would start pertaining, and BJP is expected to raise the issue of corruption against the JMM government, to be specific on the mining scam in which former Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren is also involved, and also his arrest pertaining to the land scam in which government land was sold at throwaway prices. So this floor test is very crucial, keeping in mind the fact that we are just 2 months away from the Lok Sabha elections, and as a matter of fact, Jharkhand Assembly also goes to the polls later this year, sometimes in October and November. So immediately after the Lok Sabha elections, all eyes would be on the Jharkhand Assembly elections as well. Remember, Jharkhand has a 81-member assembly, very key floor test today. There you see everybody waiting for Mr. C.P. Radhakrishnan. You can see in the visuals Mr. C.P. Radhakrishnan arriving at the Jharkhand Assembly premises. He's taking the guard of honor. In the visuals, we can see C.P. Radhakrishnan, the governor of Jharkhand, taking the guard of honor. And after the guard of honor, soon be taken inside the premises of the Jharkhand Assembly, where the floor test would begin immediately after his address to the House. And his address to the House is very critical from the point of view that if at all he makes any controversial statement or not, because he's been in the eye of controversy ever since he's been appointed as the governor of Jharkhand, and he's been making political statements as well. So it is going to be quite stormy with the BJP AJSU formation on the one side with 32 MLAs as of now, and Congress JMM MLAs with 47 to 48 MLAs on the other side, with former Chief Minister Hemant Soren also present in the Jharkhand Vidhan Sabha. He's been allowed to participate in the vote, and it's going to be a fiery debate pertaining to the floor test with Champai Soren, the newly sworn in Chief Minister of Jharkhand, for the first time in the history of Jharkhand Mukti Morcha ever since the formation of the state of Jharkhand. The Chief Ministership has gone outside the family of Sibu Soren. Sibu Soren has been...
All right, we will connect with Prakash again. In fact, if Prakash is still with us. Prakash, if you can talk to us more about this number game. The JMM, of course, very confident of having its flock together, maintains that they have support of 47 MLAs. How do you see the roadmap ahead? Do you think that there is going to be political stability in the months and times to come?
Well, after this floor test, you cannot pass a no confidence motion within 6 months. And after 6 months, Jharkhand will gear up for the assembly elections. But if at all, Narendra Modi becomes the Prime Minister of the country once again, which looks most likely, so there will be a lot of political churning in politics all across the country, and you never know, because in a smaller states like with only 8 or 9 MLAs required to topple the government, anything can happen later. But as of now, I don't see any tectonic shift in the politics of Jharkhand as of now. I feel that the status quo is going to remain the same, with JMM Congress leading the government and Champai Soren easily passing the floor test. But later on, after the Lok Sabha elections, there will be a lot of political churning in the entire country, and you may see a lot of changes happening all over the place, because every political formation or every political player looks for a comfortable space outside their party, because the stakes are very high in politics. So as of now, nothing is going to happen, but in future you may never know what may happen, because Jharkhand also goes to the assembly polls in October, November this year, and the BJP in all likelihood would want that the elections are contested under president rule, and they would like to topple the government with 9 MLAs coming to their side. But as of now, nothing is going to happen. Back to you. We'll wait. We'll soon get an address from the governor of Jharkhand, who will be addressing the Jharkhand Assembly members very soon. All eyes are on the address of the Jharkhand governor. Back to you. There you see on the visuals Hemant Soren standing there in the Jharkhand Vidhan Sabha.
All right, so stand by for the governor's address that would begin in just moments from now, following which the floor test would begin. And as Prakash was telling us, the JMM is, of course, very confident of sailing through this floor test, as it maintains that it has support of all 47 MLAs, but remains to be seen whether there is going to be political stability in days and months ahead, as the state is known for the political instability over the past many years. So litmus test for Champai Soren government. Hemant Soren note has already arrived in the assembly to take part in that floor test. And as we speak, these are the live visuals from inside the Jharkhand assembly, where the trust vote will happen in just moments from now.
To all the honorable members in the 14th session of the 5th Jharkhand Legislative Assembly. On the occasion of the first session of the Legislative Assembly in the new year 2024, I wish all the honorable members and all the people of the state a very happy New Year. In a parliamentary democracy, this institution and its elected representatives have the important responsibility of fulfilling the aspirations of the people. I am happy that all of you are discharging your duties with alertness and promptness and playing a constructive role in the development of the state. 4 years ago, the state government got the mandate to make the lives of the people happy and prosperous and bring all-round development in the state. During this period, the government has tried its best to work as per people's expectations. The task before us was to implement the promises made in our manifesto and build a corruption-free, prosperous state. With public welfare at its core, our government is committed to fulfilling the promises made and is working hard to fulfill the aspirations of the people. With a firm resolve to realize the dream of a developed, prosperous and happy Jharkhand, state government started working in right earnest. We made necessary changes in the previous policies, brought new development-oriented policies and improvements in functioning of the government, focusing on building a clean and sensitive administration with increased public participation at every level. The state government is trying to shape a system where the poor, the deprived, the laborers, the farmers and the tribals, the backward people and the Dalits all can enjoy their rights, and the goal of development are achieved with social justice. Through Aapki Yojana, Aapki Sarkar, Aapke Dawar initiative, our government went to the panchayats to ensure that benefits and services reach the doorsteps of those residing in the remotest areas of the state. 3 phases of the scheme have been implemented successfully. Good governance and social justice are 2 important pillars of the development, and corruption should not act as a barrier in this. The state government is continuously making efforts to eradicate the disease of corruption. This year, a total of 55 new cases related to corruption have been registered. 62 cases have been successfully prosecuted, and 42 corrupt public servants have been successfully trapped. A total of 56 public servants have been arrested on corruption charges. State government is determined to ensure an environment of communal and social harmony in the state. Series of continuous efforts are being made to prevent all undesirable activities in the state. My government has been successful in improving the law and order situation in the state by containing the activities of Naxals, and we are moving towards totally eliminating the Naxal menace. More than 400 Naxalites have been arrested in the year 2023 as a part of anti-Naxal operations. Apart from the anti-Naxal campaign, my government is also making efforts to bring the Naxals into a mainstream of society. So far, under the surrender and rehabilitation policy, a total of 269 Naxalites have surrendered. After surrender, they have been kept in open jail, and various benefits, facilities are being provided to them. To deal with the cyber criminals and the cyber crimes, my government has created Pratibimb portal, which is yielding very good results in the past 3 months. With the usual use of the said portal, 1 or 2 FIRs have been launched and 479 cyber criminals have been arrested so far. Our state government is at the forefront in simplifying up labor laws and implementing labor welfare schemes. Practical and necessary changes have been made in the labor law.
प्रधानमंत्री
both private investors and laborers. This is giving further boost to the industry and creating employment opportunities in the state with effect from 1/10/2023. The daily wages of unskilled laborers have been fixed at the rate of rupees 352.28 and crores of workers have benefited from this increase. State government is operating state migrant control rooms to help migrant laborers stranded in other states and also in other countries. In the last 1 year, various types of assistance have been provided to 168 migrant laborers. State government is also trying to have MOU with the 10 different states of the country with the aim of providing facilities and rights to migrant laborers in the other states. To develop the skills of the youth of the state, Birsa Black Level Institute for Rural Skill Acquisition Scheme has been started with the aim of taking skill development to the doorsteps of the deprived in remote rural areas and making them economically self-reliant. Currently, the scheme is being operated through listed service providers in 80 blocks of the state. To motivate and sustain the morale of youth who have been unable to get employment within 3 months of successful certification after receiving the skill development training, the state government is giving them employment incentive allowance. An incentive allowance of rupees 1,000 per month is being given to male youth and 1,500 per month to the female youth disabled transgender through the DPT for a maximum period of 1 year. The government is continuously making efforts to
मुझे मतलब बहुत दिनों से एक तरह से आशा थी कि आपसे मिलूंगा और आपको कहूंगा दैट आई एम अ डीप एडमायरर ऑफ योर फिल्म्स, योर आर्ट, योर पर्सनालिटी एंड योर एक्टिंग स्टाइल.
थैंक यू सो मच.
मुझे तो लगता है दैट यू आर अ जैसे मैंने कहा फ्यूचर लेजेंड. मतलब आपने पूरे जो हमारी एक तरह से परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स और सिनेमा इंडस्ट्री, OTT की डायरेक्शन आपने चेंज कर दी है और आपके सफलता के कारण आज बहुत ऐसे टैलेंट सामने आए हैं पिछले 5-6 साल में जो शायद पहले रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं होते कि सब लोग कहते हैं कि ही कुड बी द नेक्स्ट पंकज त्रिपाठी. सो पीपल आर लुकिंग फॉर टैलेंट लाइक दैट. सो व्हाट डू यू फील? डू यू आल्सो फील जब आपने अपने करियर को देखना है पिछले 10 साल स्पेशली
जी,
तो कोई टर्निंग पॉइंट आपको याद आती होगी?
यस, टर्निंग पॉइंट मेरे ख्याल से पहले तो थैंक यू, आपने इतना अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया और मैं आपको पास से देखना चाहता था. मेरी इच्छा थी क्योंकि मैं टीवी में देखा था तो मुझे लगा था कि देखूं और इस इंटरव्यू के पहले मैं 5 मिनट मिला हूं आपसे तो मुझे वो व्यक्ति नहीं मिला जो टीवी में दिखा था. तो खैर यस, OTT आने के बाद से खास करके मेरे कैरियर में बदलाव हुआ. जब इंडिया में 16-17 में OTT आ रहा था, एक फिल्म आई थी न्यूटन जिसके लिए नेशनल अवार्ड मिला मुझे पहली बार. तो वो फिल्म हुई थी छोटी रिलीज बट बॉक्स ऑफिस पे चल गई और बड़ी उसके साथ कुछ बड़ी फिल्म को पछाड़ के ज़्यादा दिन चली गई. फिर ऑस्कर के लिए इंडियन एंट्री भेज दी गई. वो उससे थोड़ा सा चर्चा हुआ था बट OTT आने के बाद से.
किस साल की बात है न्यूटन?
2017.
एक स्कूल टीचर
नहीं, चुनाव कराने
वाले
नक्सल इलाके में इलेक्शन कराने जाते हैं
एरिया में जो
यस, और CRPF कमांडेंट हूँ मैं.
परफेक्ट याद है. तो
वो फिल्म चल गई और सराहा गया और सेम टाइम OTT इंडिया में आ चुके थे मिर्जापुर प्राइम वीडियो पे और सीक्रेट गेम उधर चल रहा था. तो OTT इंटरनेट के आने से स्क्रीन ज़्यादा डेमोक्रेटिक हो गया. पहले स्क्रीन सिनेमा हॉल था, फिर स्क्रीन घर का टीवी स्क्रीन था जो ड्राइंग मेन लिविंग एरिया में रहेगा. अब ये मोबाइल जेब तक पहुंच गया या पर्सनल टैब लैपटॉप के थ्रू. तो मुझे लगता है कि तो ज़्यादा लोग हम लोगों को देखने लगे.
ऑडियंस बढ़ गई क्योंकि हमारी फिल्में 200 सिनेमा घरों में रिलीज होती है. अब चुनाव में खड़े कर दो एक आदमी को और बोलो कि तुम्हारा बूथ पूरे इंडिया में 200 बनाएंगे, कौन मतदाता आएगा भाई?
As everyone knows, Ashok Shingal's one-pointed agenda was Ram Temple, and he was traveling far and wide the country. He has come to me several times. And once when there was a talk between with the Shankaracharya and the Muslim personal law board, it all failed. And so he was so disappointed. So he came to me right from Kanchipuram to Bangalore. At the time I told him, you know, I have the intuition, I have this feeling that there
11 census with Paka Road has been fixed in the financial year 2023-24 against the target of completion of 1,000 kilometer road. The work for the construction of 549 kilometer road has been completed so far. The government has fixed the toll exemption permit fee, fitness check fee and a vehicle registration fee at the rupees of 01 for buses operated under the Jharkhand Mukhi Mandiri Gram Gadi Yojana 2022. Besides 5% interest on the loan amount for purchasing new buses in being given in the state government. Energy is the prerequisite for any development. Our government is working to ensure uninterrupted electricity for irrigation to the consumers of remote areas. More than 19 lakh consumers per month are benefiting from the 100 units free electricity scheme started in our government. Agricultural contributes significantly to the gross domestic product of our state and also provides employment. The progress of both agriculture and farmers is the top priority of our government to ensure that all the farmers of the state have adequate means of irrigation for farming. Our government is constructing 1 lakh irrigation wells in saturation mode under Birsa Simchai Coop Sambardhan scheme. For the first time in the state, Garib and Rabi seeds have been distributed among the about 2.10 lakh farmers by registering 30 lakh farmers through the blockchain system. In the financial year 2023-24, under Birsa Crop Extension Scheme, a total of 14,581 quintals of quality seeds of Rabi have been distributed on 100% subsidy. State government is promoting fish farming as a means of additional income. A target has been set to produce a total of 3.3 lakh metric tons of fish from all sources in the financial year 2023-24, for which 1,39,227 lakh fish span have been collected through 7,093 local Matsya Mitras fish feed producers. Jharkhand Milk Federation have covered 3,38,038 milk producers of 2,934 villages associated with milk polling points in 22 districts of the state, and a maximum of 1.53 lakh liters milk is collected and amount of rupees 16 crore is being transferred to the milk producers through their bank account, in addition to the amount paid by the federation to the milk producers for the milk supplied by them. Don't worry about it, let them shout. What is the problem? The state government also paying initiative support price at the rate of rupees 2 per litre. The work of setting up a new dairy plant of 50,000 litres capacity in Palamu district has been completed. Operations of new dairy plant of 50,000 litres capacity has been started in Sahibganj and Devgarh districts. To improve the irrigation systems in the state, our government has spent 171 crore in the last 4 years for the revival of living work of the old irrigation schemes, and has restored in the irrigation capacity 5,171 hectares. Besides administrative approval of the 206 crore have been given to the revival of various reservoir schemes of the state in the financial year 2023-24, through which irrigation capacity of 26,778 acres can be restored. Under the National Food Security Act at present, against the maximum number of 2.64 crore beneficiaries to be covered for the state of Jharkhand, 100% beneficiaries have been concluded for who are being provided free food grains from January 2023. State government is providing 1 kg chana dal at the rate of rupees 1 per kg per month out to the about 66 lakh families covered under the National Food Security Act and Jharkhand State Food Security Scheme. Under the PVTG Dagia scheme, the state government is providing 35 kg of food grains, rice per family, free of cost in closed packets at their doorsteps to the PVTG families covered under the Andodaya category under the National Food Security Act. 74,597 families are being covered under this scheme. It is the priority of our government to ensure regular supply and availability of pure drinking water in all the cities of the state under the Jal Jeevan mission. Against the target of ensuring availability of pure drinking water through the domestic tap water HIC to a total of 61.94 lakh rural families of the state by the year 2024 till now 27.91 lakh. 48.28% families have been covered under this scheme. 1,182 villages have been declared Harkar Jal village through the Gram Sabha. From the state-sponsored fund, the operation and maintenance of urban water supply schemes of Chakunia, Latehar, Goda and Madhupur, Basuginath, Rajmahal, Dhanbad Phase 2, Chakratarpur, Ranchi Phase 2B, Chhatra, Manjiav, Kodarma, Tumka and Devghar are being implemented. Under the Swachh Bharat mission, more than 48 lakh individual toilets have been constructed so far. Public awareness is being done continuously to ensure regular use of toilets, maintenance and proper management of solid and liquid waste. Providing quality education in primary, secondary and higher education has been one of the priority areas of our government. Considering this, 80 Chief Minister School of Excellence have been started by our state government along with KGBP, 89 Eklavya schools and other schools. Quality education is being ensured for the children of Jharkhand. The state government has decided to provide scholarship under the Chief Minister Merit Scholarship Scheme for the students who have passed Class 8. Under this scholarship scheme, a total of 5,000 students selected from Class 9 to 12 will be provided a scholarship of rupees 12,000 every year. To select the beneficiaries of scholarship, JAAC conducted an examination in August 2023 in which 544 students participated and 2,855 students were successful who will be provided scholarships amount through DPT. Under the Akshansa program in the state, students of classes 11 to 12 are being prepared for medical and engineering examination. Apart from the 26 students have been enrolled for the preparation of CLET from the current year, along with the engineering and medical courses already being conducted for classes 11 to 12. Under the Akansha program, a total of 23 students have been successful in JEE Mains 2023 for engineering, which proves the usefulness of the program. Multi-dimensional efforts are being made by the state government in the field of higher and technical education. Guruji Student Credit Card Scheme is being run to provide financial assistance to those students of the state who are deprived of higher education due to the financial reasons after passing 12th class. Under the scheme, a maximum loan of 15 lakh is being provided to the students through the banks at 4% annual rate of interest. action is being taken to provide free training and coaching facilities to the students through Mukhyamantri Shiksha Protsahan Yojana and Eklavya training scheme. Through Marang Gomti Overseas Scholarship scheme, financial assistance is being provided to pursue a higher level education like master, MPhil degrees in the selected courses in selected institutions located in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. In the financial year 2023, a total of 25 students, 10 students from scheduled tribe, 5 students from scheduled caste, 7 students from backward classes, and 3 from minority have been benefited from these scholarship schemes. Under the cycle distribution scheme, cycles are being distributed at the rate of rupees 4,500 to the students of tribal, scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, minority, and backward class communities studying in class 8 in the financial year 2023-24. Steps are being taken to distribute a total of 271 lakh bicycles among the students. A total of 30 schemes were approved under the minority hostel construction renovation scheme to provide residential facilities and renovate previously built hostels, provide quality education in good educational institutions to minority students living in remote areas of different districts. A healthy life is the right of every citizen. Our government is making every possible effort to provide quality health facilities to the last person of the state. In order to provide health services to the residents of the village dominated by primitive tribal communities of the state, the mobile village clinic scheme has been approved in the year 2023-24. To provide blood-related health facilities to the citizens of the state, we plan to establish the blood component separation unit in blood bank of all the districts and
I always felt that there was something which was preventing the Hindus from expressing their true feelings as Hindus and as nationalists and as part of people in public discourse. I had the fortune of being associated with the Ram Janmabhoomi movement from the word go. It started in 1983, but there is a background to it. It is not that this movement originated on the basis of Hindu-Muslim relationship in post-independence India, but it happened long back. All this came out in the course of the exchange of documents between Hindus and Muslims as to how the Ram Janmabhoomi movement evolved from the 18th century, early part of the 18th century. And the British had recorded it. A British judge had recorded in 1886 when a suit was filed to take possession of the Ram Janmabhoomi. He recorded that it is unfortunate that a Hindu temple was demolished and a mosque has been built on its place. But it is very difficult for me after this length of time to hand over the premises to the Hindus. This was the helplessness of government with the judicial system which had very limited scope to intervene in these matters. But the historicity of this was established by a series of struggles which the Hindus undertook. By way of military expedition, by way of war diplomacy, and it all every time there was some physical clash. The last was in 1934, when several hundreds of Hindus were killed, according to the British records. So the Hindus have been struggling for it on the basis of their continuous belief and the claiming the right to worship. This would have normally happened immediately after the country attained freedom, like it happened in the case of Somnath. It should have happened instantly. But the idea was to deny the Hindus their just and lawful claims to the 3 masjids. It is not that the government was unaware, the political...
Now, Union Minister Anurag Thakur flagged off Astha special train from Himachal Pradesh's Andorra to Ayodhya Dham. Anurag Thakur credited Prime Minister Narendra Modi for fulfilling Ayodhya Ram Mandir's 500-year anticipation. Let's listen in.
वर्षों की प्रतिज्ञा पूरी हुई है, भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ है और हिमाचल प्रदेश की देवभूमि से अयोध्या धाम जी के लिए पहली ट्रेन राम भक्तों के जत्थों के साथ रवाना हुई। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि मेरे हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र के जिला ऊना के अंब इंदौरा से इस ट्रेन को रवाना किया गया, जो ऊना में, फिर आनंदपुर साहिब में और फिर आगे चलते चलते कीरतपुर साहब से लेकर चंडीगढ़ होते हुए, अम्बाला होते हुए हमारी ये ट्रेन अयोध्या धाम तक पहुंचेगी और राम भक्तों को रामलला के दर्शन करने का अवसर भी मिलेगा। और देवभूमि से मैं यही कहूंगा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, आपने 500 वर्षों का इंतजार खत्म करवाया है। राम भक्तों के लिए और भारत के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी विजय है।
News and wrap from across the world. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has embarked on his 5th urgent trip to the Middle East since the Gaza war erupted. Blinken will travel to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, Israel and the West Bank for talks with regional leaders. Following U.S. strikes in Iraq, Syria and Yemen targeting terror backed by the Islamic Republic, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said additional U.S. actions in the Middle East should be expected.
We're confident and comfortable that the President has the appropriate authorities to continue to conduct these strikes to protect our people, our ships, our sailors, our troops and our facilities throughout the region.
In the latest campaign swing, President Joe Biden sets his sights on Nevada's primary, where the first in the West primaries are underway with early and absentee voting. President Biden is using the visit to shore up support for the general election. Texas Governor Greg Abbott returned to the Eagle Pass border to highlight his escalating attempts to curb illegal crossings on the US-Mexico border. He was backed by over a dozen grand old party governors in his bold clash with the Biden administration over immigration enforcement. Now, dozens of protesters gathered in Eagle Pass, Texas, as weekend-long demonstrations against US President Joe Biden's immigration policies continued. Many displayed their support for former President Donald Trump during the rally. At least 64 people have been reportedly killed after devastating wildfires ripped through Chile's Pacific coast. Over hundreds of people are still missing. Chile President Gabriel Boric warned of the death toll, saying the death toll is going to grow significantly. 2 people have died following an early morning shooting in a residential area of Denver, according to the police. 4 other individuals have been injured and no arrest has been made so far. Coming up on the other side of the break, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to introduce interim budget for Jammu and Kashmir today.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
In a way, isn't there an attempt at Hindu villainization? There are three phases of this struggle. From the Maratha operation, there was a definite policy on sacred places, including Kashi, Ayodhya, Prayag. In the legal battle was the second phase, right? And this, the legal efforts start in 1885. And the third phase was the 1983 onwards movement of the sadhus and sants and the political movement after 1989-90. So there are 3 or 4 phases of this struggle. And Hindus were patient throughout, Mr. Gurumurthy, you will agree with me. Till 6th of December 1992, Hindus were patient. Then the Babri Masjid were demolished and Hindus were patient again after that in the Supreme Court case. So, was there an attempt to frustrate, trigger and agitate the Hindus and villainize the Hindus? Anyone associated with this?
You see, by Nehruvian secularism, Hindus had become political, cultural, religious orphans in this country. Because Nehru himself said, Islamic or Muslim communalism is aggressive, but Hindu communalism is dangerous. Imagine the tallest leader of the country and the most respected Indian leader abroad pronouncing that Hindu communalism is dangerous. You know, this is how the division between Hindus and Muslims started. He should have remained above this. But he found it was necessary to cultivate the Islamic vote bank for Congress. And that is how he seeded the idea that to be against Hindus is part of Indian secularism. And this manifested, remanifested.
And you're just sorry to intervene, but Nehru was always very prickly. When Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was the Deputy Prime Minister,
Now, 3 days ahead of Pakistan's general elections, a group of unidentified terrorists attacked Chaudhwa police station in Dera Ismail Khan, resulting in the tragic loss of 10 police lives and leaving 6 others injured. The attackers employed sniper shots and engaged in indiscriminate firing, utilizing multiple hand grenades during the assault. To get more details, take a look at this report.
Days to the general election 2024, Pakistan is witnessing a major threat to its internal security as back-to-back terror attacks are taking place inside Pakistan. The recent one taking place in Balochistan, where outside the Election Commission of Pakistan's office an IED was planted that went off in the late hours of yesterday evening, in which some people are said to be injured. However, there are no fatal casualties. This is part of a series of attacks that are being carried out inside the Pakistan by the Baloch Liberation Army or the BRAs that are carrying out intensified attacks, and also in the North Waziristan area, that is the Pushto hold area, Dera Ismail Khan and others. There have been multiple terror attacks that are taking place, including the one that has taken place today morning, in which 10 policemen are got killed while many others were injured. That was a pre-coordinated attack that was carried out by the Pashto fighters. With Gaurav Sani, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
The time to slip into a short break. On the other side, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to introduce interim budget for Jammu and Kashmir today.
it's the best time that has been chosen, and we cannot stop anymore. The temple construction will keep happening. It may take several more months to finish, or maybe years. But what is now available, what is ready, we should just go on.
Gurudev,
my
are the
opinion.
Muslims a part of this celebration? You know, we are just days away from the Pran Pratishtha of the Bhavya Ram Mandir. And I remember that in 2018, we were covering very closely what you were doing. And I must say today to all the viewers that it's not just the court verdict. It's also, viewers, we must understand there was a setting, there was a mood setting which happened, and the process of reconciliation happened before the court order, when Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar sat with all the representatives of both the sides. I remember he had sat and he even told, there were 12 trunks which were given full of documents to the Chief Justice of India at that point of time. Gurudev was part of the negotiation which went on with both sides. Gurudev, at that time you had said that India will turn into another Syria if this dispute is not resolved. I remember you also said that we can't make Lord Ram to be born in another place, while you were saying why the Hindus should be given the site. My direct question to you is, one, have Muslims actually accepted the reality? B, what is your sense of the Muslim community? Are they truly part of this celebration, or is there a feeling of angst inside them about the Ram temple today?
As far as I know, today there is very good feelings even among the Muslims. I don't see there is any such bickering. When I went and met about 1,200 imams and other religious leaders throughout the country during the mediation time, I tell you, except 2 or 3, everyone was willing to be part of this. Everyone was willing for a peaceful and happy settlement. Nobody wants to carry this on further anymore. Their only concern was, it should not become a precedence for 3,000 other mosques. So that was their concern and worry. And a second thing was that except just couple of lawyers and a few people, most of them were willing to come to the settlement. And many of them have written.
We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in this Monday. Of course, we have a lot lined up for you as we keep getting you top details. We'll get you up to date with that, especially what's happening in Jharkhand. Floor test in Jharkhand very soon. It'll begin very soon. That's the top story. First, let's have a look at the headlines we're tracking right now. All eyes on Jharkhand Assembly as Champai Soren's government faces a floor test. Amid floor test, Jharkhand ex-Chief Minister Hemant Soren in Assembly to vote in floor test. PM Modi to reply to the motion of thanks to the President's address in Lok Sabha at 5 p.m. today. Finance Minister Nirmala Raman to introduce interim budget for Jammu and Kashmir today. After the Cabinet's clearance, draft of Uniform Civil Code is all set to be tabled in Uttarakhand Assembly. Top court today, here please, demanding ASI service in Yadvapi's Vazukhana. Bihar Congress MLAs whisked off to a resort near Hyderabad ahead of the floor test. Let's go ahead to the top story we're tracking right now. Next hearing on arrested ex-Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren's petition against ED action on February 12th. That is what we are learning of right now, viewers. Top update coming in, back-to-back updates coming in from Jharkhand and Jharkhand-related, many developments being tracked today, especially what's happening when it comes to CM Hemant Soren's, ex-CM Hemant Soren's petition against ED action. Let's go straight to Prakash, my colleague who's joining us right now. Prakash, our editor, Special Projects. Prakash, take us to the latest coming in right now. We are seeing that the developments coming from Jharkhand are extremely, extremely important today, especially when it comes to what is happening with the ex-Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren's petition.
Well, Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren had filed a petition in the Supreme Court which was rejected and which was dismissed, and the Supreme Court had directed that in view of the arrest made by the ED, you should approach the High Court. The High Court heard today the plea submitted by former Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren, and it has again set a date of 12th February for the next hearing, and next hearing would be on 12th February. Former Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren had approached the High Court saying that the ED had arrested him in an illegal manner, citing the reasons that the ED had been harassing him for quite some time, and there were no reasons for him to be arrested by the ED because he was not involved in the land scam. Whereas the ED has charged Hemant Soren of being involved in the land scam. At his behest, the portion of land was registered in the name of a private owner at a throwaway price, and he had also got a boundary wall constructed in the said land. So these are the charges of the ED. Hemant Soren has also filed a case against the ED for harassing him, and named FIRs have been made against 4 to 5 officials who were interrogating him. So that case would also be up for hearing sometime soon. The ED has also approached the top court. So the next hearing in the Hemant Soren case is likely to happen on 12th of February. The case has been admitted in the High Court. Hemant Soren has approached the High Court that he is a victim and he has been unnecessarily harassed by the ED and unwarrantedly arrested.
Right, Prakash getting us all the top details coming in. And what we see right now, Prakash, is the next hearing which will happen on Feb 12th. That's what we are learning of right now. But at the same time, Prakash, if you could take our viewers through what is happening, because just right now, a short while back, we know that Hemant Soren has just arrived at the assembly for that crucial floor test. So Hemant Soren does not want to miss the floor test. He has just arrived. Now, how do you really see things moving forward from here on, Prakash? All right, we'll connect to Prakash in just a moment. For this moment, let's move ahead, viewers, to the other story we're tracking right now. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in right now. Jail Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia seeks early hearing of his curative plea in Supreme Court against denial of bail in Delhi excise policy scam case. That is right. A big update coming on Republic TV right now, where the Jail Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia and the former deputy CM of Delhi is seeking an early hearing of his curative plea in Supreme Court against denial of bail. I remember that Manish Sisodia has been asking for bail for quite a while now, but his bail pleas have been rejected time and again. Let's go to Piyush Shori, who's joining us at this point of time. Piyush, you know, in the past, we have seen how the CBI has opposed Manish Sisodia's bail plea. At this point of time, what we see is that Manish Sisodia, he wants an early hearing of his curative plea in Supreme Court against denial of bail. And Piyush, we also know that Manish Sisodia has approached Supreme Court on this because he has made many attempts of getting a bail, but they have been denied time and again. If you take our viewers through exactly what's happening and what we can expect next.
So yes, you rightly mentioned, Shivangi, that Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, now has approached Supreme Court, wherein he has requested that his hearing of early bail plea should be now taken by the Supreme Court. And this after he has received several setbacks, wherein his bail has been denied in the lower courts and his custody continues to be extended as far as the alleged Liquorgate probe is concerned, in which not only the Enforcement Directorate but also the Central Bureau of Investigation is investigating. Now, not only Manish Sisodia but even Sanjay Singh continues to face the brunt of this probe, which is being done by the central agencies. And both of these leaders continue to languish in jail, wherein they have not had any reprieve as far as getting bail from any of the courts is concerned. So yes, Manish Sisodia now is... If perhaps the Supreme Court will take his bail hearing now quickly and soon, perhaps he may get bail. But it would now be interesting to see from here on that when exactly would Supreme Court take this curative plea that has been submitted by the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, and would he get any reprieve from the apex court as far as getting bail in this case is concerned. It is also important to note over here that while Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister, has submitted a curative bail plea at the Supreme Court, the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation continue to intensify its probe in this case, and we are also expecting that sooner than later, Enforcement Directorate might again get to question Arvind Kejriwal. Enforcement Directorate, as you know, has already submitted a petition at a Delhi court wherein they have mentioned that the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, is not cooperating in the probe. And yes, they have asked that the
विपक्ष के माननीय साथीगण, अस्थिर करने के लिए प्रयास किया और सरकार गठन के साथ से सही कोरोना जैसा महामारी भी प्रभाव पड़ा पूरा प्रदेश में, देश में, विश्व में। और ऐसा परिस्थिति में इस राज्य के अंदर में स्वास्थ्य विभाग या स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय में बहुत दयनीय स्थिति था। जो पिछले हमारा विपक्ष की सरकार जो तत्काल रघुवर दास के नेतृत्व में चला डबल इंजन सरकार, हॉस्पिटल का दयनीय स्थिति में करके एक भी सिंगल वेंटिलेटर नहीं था महोदय। हमारे हेमंत सोरेन ने ऐसा कुशल नेतृत्व करके उस महामारी में भी राज्य की जनता किसी को चिकित्सा से अभाव या भूख से भी अभाव करने नहीं दिया। जो इस राज्य के प्रवासी मजदूर विभिन्न राज्य में काम करने के लिए गया था, इस तरह से लॉकडाउन हुआ, पूरा भारतवर्ष में जो जहां पर रह गया वहीं पर रह गया महोदय, कोई आने का कोई मौका नहीं मिला। उन मजदूरों का बहुत सा संकट स्थिति पैदा हुई। संपूर्ण लॉकडाउन, सेमी लॉकडाउन, 2-3 महीना तक आदमी बड़ा सबसे बड़ा दिक्कत उस समय। लेकिन यहाँ के युवा सम्राट हेमंत बाबू ने किसी प्रवासी मजदूरों किसी तरह का तकलीफ नहीं होने दिया। बस से ट्रेन से लाके जो चप्पल और लुंगी पहनते थे मजदूर, हवाई जहाज से लाने का भी काम किया। 2 साल तक कोरोना से प्रभावित हुआ। हेमंत बाबू का नेतृत्व में 4 साल हुआ। 4 साल के अंतर में जो आज एक झारखंड प्रदेश को देश के कोने कोने के आदमी सुनते हैं, देखते हैं कि ये झारखंड एक खनिज संपदा और धनी प्रदेश और सोना का चिड़िया के रूप में देखते हैं। इतना धनी प्रदेश और यहाँ का जहाँ खनन हम सब कोई पैदा नहीं हुआ था, 150 साल पहले से यहाँ खनन होते हैं। मेजर खनन, आयरन, कोयला। बहुत सा यहाँ बात आते हैं कि यहाँ खनन का घोटाला। लेकिन एक भी यहाँ का आदिवासी मूलवासी किसी में एक आयरन भी एक इतना बड़ा आयरन का पत्थर को भी नहीं छुआ है। और यहाँ का खनिज संपदा गुजरात, बंबई, महाराष्ट्र, दिल्ली में उपयोग हो गया। उससे क्या प्रभावित हुआ है? यहाँ का आदिवासी मूलवासी उसमें उद्वास्तु हुआ, विस्थापित हुआ। जब माइनिंग हुआ उस एरिया का ड्राई हो गया। और यहाँ के ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से शहरी क्षेत्र यहाँ के आदिवासी मूलवासी का सामाजिक, आर्थिक, शैक्षणिक शोषण होते गया। और उसी को जनादेश प्राप्त करने के बाद हेमंत बाबू ने उसी को बुनियादी वहां का बुनियादी समस्या को समाधान कैसे करेंगे। यहाँ का आदिवासी मूल क्यों इतना धनी प्रदेश में रहते हुए यहाँ का आदिवासी मूलवासी बदन में कपड़ा नहीं है, गर्मी के समय पैर में जूता नहीं है, क्यों इस तरह यहाँ का आदिवासी मूलवासी को हुआ है? उसी को समझते हुए हेमंत बाबू ने सोचा, हमने शुभकामना देंगे कि हमारा विपक्ष के माननीय सदस्यगण क्या बोलता है, हेमंत सोरेन का चंपाई सोरेन का दूसरा पार्ट है। हम गौरव से कहेंगे हम पार्ट 2 है। शिक्षा,
अरे यार बोल दिया,
यहाँ का कृषि और यहाँ का जो स्थिति को भांग के जो संवर्जन पेंशन योजना शुरू किया, जिस गांव में
समय हो गया,
यहाँ का डीसी डीडीसी अनुमंडल पदाधिकारी बीडीओ से नहीं पहुंचते थे, आपकी योजना आपके द्वार कार्यक्रम के एक परिवार का तकलीफ को जान के उनको आज संवर्धन योजना से जोड़ने का काम किया। ये क्या गुनाह है? जो हमारा मजदूर का बेटा, किसान का बेटा पर मैट्रिक करते हैं, जो डिप्लोमा करने के लिए पैसा नहीं मिलते, गुरुजी स्टूडेंट क्रेडिट कार्ड को निकल दिया, आपका 15 लाख तक ले लीजिए, आओ डिप्लोमा इंजीनियर कीजिए। छात्रवृत्ति को 1 गुना 2 गुना बढ़ोतरी कर दिया। यहाँ का आदिवासी मूलवासी दलित का विद्यार्थी को विदेश पढ़ने का भेज दिया फ्री। स्मार्ट मॉडल स्कूल में शुरुआत किया, किसका लिए? ये सोच के ये योजना लाया हेमंत बाबू ने, जिस घर में कभी शिक्षा का दिया नहीं जला, हम उस परिवार में दिया जलाएंगे, एक दिन अपने पैर से खड़ा होगा। ये क्या गलत है? हमारा विपक्ष साथी को झारखंड अलग राज्य होने के बाद काफी समय नेतृत्व क्या इस प्रदेश का, हमको तो गुरुजी विश्व गुरु शिव सोरेन संस्कार हमको सिखाया, संघर्ष करने को सिखाया, उसी का विद्यार्थी हूं मैं। विश्व गुरु शिव सोरेन को आदर्श है। झारखंड आंदोलन से लेके अभी तक हमने इस मुकाम तो गया, संस्कार सिखाया हम लोग, किसी में हम लोग, लेकिन मजदूर है। आज नहीं बोलने की इच्छा थे, आज आपका बीच में बोलने का हमने मजबूर हूं। जो देश के अंदर में भारत में केंद्र सरकार का महाराज जो बैठा हुआ है, किस तरह से केंद्रीय एजेंसी को उपयोग किया है, हमारा 2019 का मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन का पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन का नेतृत्व में जनादेश प्राप्त हुआ, पूर्ण बहुमत का सरकार बना। और मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए जमीन का घोटाले के बाद जिसका खाता ना बही में लिखा हुआ हेमंत बाबू के नाम पर, और उसी के नाम पर आज उनको जेल तक जाना पड़ा। हम उस समय याद हमको आता है कि आज झारखंड के इतिहास को हम याद करते हैं, जब जब यहाँ का आदिवासी नेतृत्व, आदिवासी और दलित मूलवासी का लिए नेतृत्व क्षमता बढ़ाते हैं, उस समय उसको हर तरह का शिकंजा ये करके उस नेतृत्व को दबाने का प्रयास करते हैं। चाहे बाबा तिलका माझी का इतिहास, चाहे सिद्धू कन्नू चांद भैरव फूलो जानो का इतिहास, चाहे भगवान बिरसा मुंडा का इतिहास, चाहे पोटोहो का इतिहास, चाहे ताना भगत का इतिहास और वीरों का इतिहास, इसी धरती के आदिवासी मूलवासी का सामाजिक व्यवस्था, जल जंगल जमीन को बचाने के लिए उनको अभी आवाज संघर्ष था। लेकिन आज हेमंत बाबू के ऊपर में किसी तरह का आज खाता बही में नाम नहीं है इस जमीन में। देश की जनता देखते हैं हेमंत बाबू के साथ क्या अन्याय हुआ है। यही उनका गलती है। आज हमारा विपक्ष का साथी का कार्यक्रम बनता गांव की ओर जाने के लिए। कोई भी गांव जाइएगा, हेमंत बाबू का हर घर में योजना देखिएगा। उसको मिटा नहीं सकिएगा। जिसका बदान में कपड़ा नहीं, उसको कपड़ा दिया। जिस घर में कभी दिया नहीं जलाया था, उसका दिल में दिया जला के आएगा, वो आप मिटा नहीं सकिएगा। ये हेमंत बाबू, इसीलिए हम पार्ट 2 है, गौरव के साथ। बुनियादी यहाँ पर समझा कि बिना शिक्षा से यहाँ पर हमारा आदिवासी मूल कभी भी आज का आधुनिक युग में अपना खड़ा नहीं हो सकता है। आज ने कृत्रिम का सिंचाई का भी व्यवस्था शुरुआत कर दिया। जहां पर दुमका एरिया में मछलिया में आज 30,000 40,000 हेक्टेयर पानी में कुछ महीनों के बाद मिलने जाएगा, जो 12 महीना उस खेती में पानी होगा। ये हेमंत बाबू ने शुरुआत किया है। और ये माइनिंग इलाका है, औद्योगिक एरिया है। यहाँ का आदिवासी, यहाँ का मूलवासी का युवा को 75% निजी कंपनी में प्राथमिकता मिलेगा, ये कानून बना दिया है। यही साथ गलत समझता है हमारा विपक्ष के माननीय सदस्यगण। ऐसा बहुत सा योजना हमने गिनती कर दी जाए तो बहुत काफी आएगा। लेकिन महोदय, आज केंद्रीय एजेंसी का आज हम लोग हमने नहीं लेना चाहते हैं किसी का नाम, लेकिन मजबूर हूं आज लेंगे। इसी सदन का सदस्य एक साथी था बुंदू तिर्की, 5 लाख और 3 बार विधायक बना था। 5 लाख रुपया के चलते उनको आज सदस्यता गंवाना पड़ा। लेकिन यदि सदस्य में है विपक्ष के सदस्य भानु प्रताप शाही, जिसका 7 करोड़ रुपया ईडी ने शपथ किया। इसीलिए आज उधर चल गया, इसीलिए उसके ऊपर ईडी नजर खत्म कर दिया। ये हम नहीं कहता, ईडी उसका संपत्ति जब्त किया है, उसका 7 करोड़ का संपत्ति, जमीन भी। लेकिन हमारा हेमंत बाबू का जमीन खाता ना बही में लिखा हुआ है। आज ईडी ने उसको आज रिमांड में रखा है। हम तो चाहता है ये जो रांची है, एक दिन हरियाली खेती था आदिवासी का, एजेंसी आ जाए, हर खतियाल हरियाली बना दे रांची को। क्या करता है यहाँ भ्रष्टाचार? डेली ये भ्रष्टाचार का पाठ हम लोग को पढ़ाता है उधर से। ऐसा अगर हम नाम की और भी नाम है हम बोलने लगेंगे तो बहुत काफी समय होगा, क्योंकि हम गुरुजी का आदर्श शिष्य है, बड़ा संस्कार से चलते हैं। लेकिन आज इतना हेमंत बाबू का नेतृत्व जनदास को आत्मा पानी विपक्ष ने करने का काम किया है। इसलिए महोदय, ऐसा योजना हेमंत बाबू लाने के झारखंड की आदिवासी मूलवासी के कैसे इस घनिष्ठ भरवा प्रदेश में कैसे उन्हें उसका
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them. आपने जितनी अचीव की है लाइफ में,
नहीं बहुत
मुझे लगता है हमेशा ये जरूरी होता है कि आदमी ग्राउंडेड रहे। आप कैसे अपने आप को ग्राउंडेड रखते हैं?
जरूरत से ज्यादा ग्राउंडेड हूँ तो जितनी चाहिए उससे अधिक। मैं माँ बाबूजी गांव में ही रहते हैं, मैं हर चौथे महीने अपने गांव जाता हूँ और मैं जैसे घर पहुँचता हूँ शूटिंग ख़त्म करके, मैं सिनेमा का आदमी नहीं रहता हूँ, मैं घर का एक साधारण मेंबर रहता हूँ। और क्या बताऊँ, मेरी ग्राउंडेड की अब मार्केटिंग भी होने लगी है आजकल। सहज होना, सरल होना भी बहुत, ऑर्डिनरी होना एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी हो गया है। अब मैं कई बार मुझे ही शक होता है कि मैं क्या ग्राउंडेड हूँ या कि ग्राउंडेड होने की एक्टिंग कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मार्केटिंग बहुत बड़ी हो चुकी है इसकी। हर आदमी बोलता है विनम्र है। एक पिछले दिनों इंटरव्यू कर रहे मैं किसी ने पूछ दिया कि भाई आप विनम्र हैं, आपके हम्बल होने का कोई फायदा उठाया याद हो? तो मैंने जवाब दिया कि भाई किसी ने मेरी विनम्रता का फायदा उठाया और मुझे याद हो, फिर काहे की विनम्रता? इसके रील्स बन गए, पॉपुलर हो गया। तो मुझे कई बार मैं अपने आप को एक्टिंग के थ्रू एक्सप्लोर करने में लगा हूं कि मैं सच में इतना हम्बल हूं, मैं जजमेंटल हूं या नहीं हूं। जैसे मैं बोला आपसे मिलना चाहता था, यानी मेरे मन, मैं उसी बीच में सोचा कि मेरे मन में इनको लेके कुछ जजमेंटल था क्या, मैं क्यों मिलना चाहता? मैंने सोचा,
मैं पूछ रहा हूं, कुछ था
नहीं था। मैंने सोचा कि ऐसा क्यों आया मेरे मन में ये थॉट। तो अभिनय एक्टिंग जो है, और मेरी बातों में सर मैं थोड़ा एक्टिंग का छात्र हूँ, एक्टिंग पे बहुत सोचता हूँ, तो कई रैंडम थॉट्स आते हैं तो मैं कहीं और की बात किसी और बात में करने लगता हूँ। ये मेरी समस्या है। क्या बोल रहा था अभी? नहीं
वही कह रहे थे आप, मैंने ग्राउंडेड की बात कही ना।
हाँ, तो मेरे को भी मालूम नहीं, मुझे लगता है मैं हूँ और लोगों को लगता है कि मैं बहुत ज्यादा हूँ, और ये सुन के मुझे लगता है मुझे और ज्यादा होना चाहिए। तो फिर लगता है कि क्या मैं एक्टिंग कर रहा हूँ ग्राउंडेड होने का?
कि आप मूवी इंडस्ट्री में आपको इस तरह से रहना चाहिए, ऐसी गाड़ी में जाना चाहिए, इसे 100-200 लोगों को साथ में ले जाके, मतलब जो एक होता है ना, एक क्या बोलते हैं उसको, अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं पैराफर्नालिया।
हाँ,
मतलब
जी।
एक पूरी
मुझे पसंद नहीं है। मुझे मैं अननोन होके चलना चाहता हूँ। मैं मास्क लगाता हूँ और इसलिए नहीं कि मुझे कॉमन लोगों के बीच जाना है।
जो काली रात, काला अध्याय देश के लोकतंत्र में नए तरीके से जुड़ा है। इकतीस तारीख रात को देश में पहली बार किसी मुख्यमंत्री का गिरफ्तार हुआ हो, गिरफ्तारी हुई हो, मेरे संज्ञान में नहीं है। ये मुझे लगता है ये पहला घटना है, और मुझे लगता है इस घटना को अंजाम देने में कहीं ना कहीं राजभवन भी शामिल रहा है। और जिस तरीके से ये घटना घटित हुई है, मैं बहुत आश्चर्यचकित हूं। इसलिए कि मैं एक आदिवासी वर्ग से आता हूं। नियम, कायदे, कानून की जानकारी का थोड़ा अभाव रहता है। बौद्धिक क्षमताएं अभी हमारे विपक्ष के बराबर हम लोगों की नहीं है, लेकिन सही गलत की समझ तो हर इंसान भी रखता है, हर जानवर भी रखता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, बड़ी सुनियोजित तरीके से, बड़े लंबे समय से 2022 से 31 तारीख को दिए गए अंजाम की पटकथा लिखी जा रही थी। बड़े तरीके से उस पकवान को बहुत धीमी आंच में पकाया जा रहा था, लेकिन ये इनकी जो पकवान है ये पकने को तैयार नहीं थे। लेकिन इनके इन प्रकार इन्होंने इस आधे अधूरे पकवान को अपने लिए परोसा और बड़ी सुनियोजित तरीके से मुझे अपनी गिरफ्त में लिया है। और आज कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा लगता है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि बाबा भीमराव अंबेडकर जी का जो सपना था कि सभी जात धर्म के लोग एक समान प्लेटफॉर्म पे आए, एक बराबरी और एक साथ चले, मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके से बाबा भीमराव अंबेडकर जी को भी अपना समाज छोड़कर बौद्ध धर्म अपनाना पड़ा, ऐसे ही आदिवासी दलितों के साथ भी आने वाला भविष्य में करने की तैयारी हो रही है। बड़ा सुनियोजित तरीके से अनेकों कालखंड को देखेंगे अध्यक्ष महोदय, जो इन आदिवासी दलित पिछड़े अल्पसंख्यक के ऊपर अत्याचार हुए हैं, वो अत्याचार अध्यक्ष महोदय नए नए चेहरे, नए नए शक्ल, नए नए रूप में दिखते रहे हैं। आज उसी का जीता जागता उदाहरण 31 जनवरी को देखने को मिला है। और आज कहीं ना कहीं इन वर्गों के प्रति जो हमारे सत्ता पक्ष की घृणाएं हैं, ना जाने इनकी घृणाएं इनको ताकत कहां से मिलती है, ये हमारे समझ से परे है। इतनी घृणा, इतना द्वेष का के प्रति है इनका आदिवासी दलितों के प्रति कि आपको इससे अंदाजा होगा कि इन्हीं के पाले हुए तंत्र ये कहते शर्माते नहीं कि जंगल में थे तो जंगल में ही इनको रहना चाहिए। हम जंगल से बाहर आ गए, इनके बराबर बढ़ गए तो इनकी कपड़े मैले होने लगते हैं। ये हमें अछूत दिखते हैं। और इन्हीं विडंबना को तोड़ने के लिए हमने एक प्रयास किया था अध्यक्ष महोदय, क्योंकि झारखंड आदिवासी दलित पिछड़ा राज्य है, इन समूह को आगे बढ़ने का, इनका मार्ग प्रशस्त करने में हमने कोई कमी नहीं छोड़ी। इनका बस चले तो हम अभी भी जंगल में जाकर के वही 50-100 साल पुरानी जिंदगी में जिए। और मुझे इसका आभास था अध्यक्ष महोदय, जो इनके अंदर छुपी कुंठा है वो आए दिन ये बयां करती थी, इनके आचरणों से, इनके बयानों से। लेकिन हमने हार नहीं मानी है अध्यक्ष महोदय। इनको लगता है कि मुझे जेल के सलाखों के अंदर डालकर ये अपने मंसूबे में सफल हो जाएंगे। ये झारखंड है अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये देश का एक ऐसा राज्य है जहां हर कोने में आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़े वर्गों से अनगिनत सिपाहियों ने अपनी कुर्बानी देकर यहां के आदिवासी दलितों की जान बचाई। देश आजादी के सपने भी ये लोग नहीं देखते थे अध्यक्ष महोदय, तब से झारखंड के आदिवासी अपनी हक अधिकार की लड़ाई लड़ रहे। ये तो बहुत बाद में आए, लेकिन बौद्धिक संपन्नता, आर्थिक संपन्नता, आज तक इन लोगों ने देश का गांधी टोपी नहीं पहना अध्यक्ष महोदय। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स, जिनको देश के विशेष और काफी संवेदनशील व्यवस्थाएं कही जाती है, जहां करोड़ों रुपया, 12 लाख, 14 लाख करोड़ रुपया डकार कर इनके सहयोगी विदेश में जाके बैठे हैं, उनका एक बाल बाका करने का औकात इनके पास नहीं है। इनके पास औकात है देश के आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़े के ऊपर और बेगुनाह लोगों पर, और उसमें भी गुनाह किया हो तब की बात तो अलग है, बेगुनाहों पर अत्याचार कर। आज मुझे किस लिए अरेस्ट किया गया अध्यक्ष महोदय? 8.5 एकड़ जमीन के घोटाले पर। अगर है हिम्मत सदन में तो कागज पटक कर दिखाएं कि 8.5 एकड़ का जमीन हेमंत सोरेन के नाम पर है। अगर होगा मैं उस दिन से राजनीति से इस्तीफा दे दूंगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जब राजनीतिक रूप से ये नहीं सकते हैं तो ऐसे ही बैकडोर से हमला करते हैं, पीठ पर हमला करते हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आंसू नहीं बहाऊं, आंसू वक्त के लिए रखूंगा। आप लोगों के लिए आंसू का कोई मतलब नहीं। आदिवासी दलितों का, पिछड़ों का, आदिवासी के आंसुओं का कोई मोल नहीं। वक्त आने पर हम इनके एक एक सवालों का जवाब और एक एक इनके षड्यंत्र का जवाब वक्त आने पर बड़ी माकूल तरीके से दिया जाएगा। एक्चुअली दुर्भाग्य है अध्यक्ष महोदय इस राज्य का, तथाकथित हमारे राज्य के ही कुछ लोग जो ऐसे सामंती विचार वाले के चरणों में जाकर के झुककर उनकी सेवा और पूजा अर्चना में लगे। नहीं तो इस राज्य की इतनी दुर्दशा नहीं होती अध्यक्ष। राज अलग हुए 23 साल हो रहे हैं, 24 साल हो गए अध्यक्ष महोदय। किसने सबसे अधिक राज किया इस राज्य में? ये मुझे बोलने का जरूरत नहीं है, किसी को बताने की भी जरूरत नहीं। सब अपने गिरेबान में देखें, सबको पता चलेगा कौन कहां बैठा, किसने क्या काम किया। घोटाले इनको 2024 से ही नजर आ रहे हैं, 2000 से नजर नहीं आ रहे, 2019 से ही इनको नजर आ रहे हैं। आज ये नहीं चाहते अध्यक्ष महोदय, देश का आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़ा, अल्पसंख्यक देश के सर्वोच्च स्थान पर पहुंचे। ये नहीं चाहते कि ये जज बने, ये नहीं चाहते ये IAS IPS बने, ये नहीं चाहते ये राजनेता बने। इन्हीं के साथ बैठे लोग हैं। इन लोगों ने भी आदिवासी नेता बनाया था मुख्यमंत्री। बता दीजिए इन कितने आदिवासियों ने 5 साल पूरे किए। और मुझे पता था कि मुझे भी 5 साल पूरा करने में रोड़े अटकाएंगे। और नतीजा ये हुआ, आखिरी सांस तक कुछ भी करो 5 साल पूरा नहीं होना चाहिए, रिकॉर्ड में नहीं लिखना चाहिए, रजिस्टर में नाम नहीं आना चाहिए। बस यही। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम लोगों ने सर झुकाकर चलना नहीं सीखा। यही खासियत है आदिवासियों। लेकिन होता है कि सरसों में ही भूत है तो सारा भूत भागेगा का, माफ कीजिएगा, सरसों में ही भूत है तो भूत भागेगा का। यहां कुछ भूत ऐसे भी हैं जिसकी वजह से ये कठिनाइयों का सामना करना पड़ता है। बहुत प्रयास हुआ। जब हम लोगों ने अलग राज्य का परिकल्पना किया तब भी इन लोगों ने हंसी उड़ाई कि आदिवासी लोग अलग राज्य लेगा। जब हम सत्ता में आए, आदिवासी सत्ता चला पाएगा, कुछ दिनों में गिर जाएगा। मैं हवाई जहाजों में चलता था अध्यक्ष महोदय, उसमें भी इनको तकलीफ। मैं 5 स्टार होटलों में रुकता था, उसमें भी इनको तकलीफ। मैं BMW कार में घूमता हूं, उसमें भी इनको तकलीफ। 10 लाख का स्कूल वाले तो तकलीफ नहीं है। क्या कहावत है कि हम करें तो गुनाह, ये करें तो क्या, यही कहावत है। खैर छोड़िए। अध्यक्ष महोदय, बड़ा विचित्र स्थिति है। अब जो स्थिति दिखाई दे रहा है अध्यक्ष महोदय, कुल मिलाकर झारखंड के परिप्रेक्ष्य के अलावा पूरे देश के पैमाने में अब आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़ा, अल्पसंख्यक सुरक्षित नहीं। विशेषकर झारखंड में तो यहाँ के खनिज संपदाओं को, जो वर्षों से इस पर लोगों की गिद्ध नजर है और आगे भी रहेगी। ये तो हम थे अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये बहुत फूक फूक करके उनको आगे बढ़ना पड़ता था। ये खुला दरवाजे की आदी हो चुके हैं। इनको कोई रोक टोक नहीं कर सकता। जो इनके सामने आएगा वो इसी तरीके के अंजाम से उनको गुजरना पड़ेगा। और इनको लगता है ऐसे अंजाम देने से झारखंड के लोग घबरा जाएंगे। ये आप लोगों की बहुत बड़ी भूल है, और इतनी बड़ी ये भूल होगी जो झारखंड का इतिहास आपको कभी माफ नहीं करेगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज जो षड्यंत्र का पैमाना है वो इस कदर बड़े उसके जो दायरे बने हैं। कानून के अंदर रह कर गैर कानूनी काम करना कैसा हो, ये कर किसी से सीखना हो तो इन लोगों से सीखिए और इनके संस्थाओं से सीखिए। मैं तो कहता हूं, मैं फिर से कहता हूं कि आप लोग दस्तावेज लाइए सदन में, या आपने ईडी और सीबीआई को सपोर्ट कीजिए और कोर्ट में पेश करें। एक भी दस्तावेज अगर आप लोग निकाल के दिखा दें कि हमने 8.5 एकड़ जमीन हड़पी है, तो मैं उसी दिन राजनीति से संन्यास किया, झारखंड छोड़ के चला जाऊं। अब इनको नहीं मिला तो हमारे बीवी, बच्चों, परिवारजनों के खाता वही ढूंढने में लगे। ये पैसा कहां से आया, वो पैसा कहां से आया, ये आया, वो आया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, असमानताएं देखिए इसी सदन के अंदर। जो सरकार के द्वारा उपलब्ध कराए जा रहे ऋण, जो यहाँ के आदिवासी विधायकों को कितने वर्षों के लिए मिलता है और गैर आदिवासियों को कितने सालों के लिए मिलता है। इस विषय पर गंभीरता से सोचने की आवश्यकता है। देखो, ये बहुत लंबी लड़ाई। आज जिस तरीके से बड़ा मछली छोटा मछली को खा जाता है, सामाजिक व्यवस्था में भी यही कहानी है। एक बड़ी व्यवस्था छोटी व्यवस्था को खाने का हर बरकस प्रयास करती है। प्रभु राम का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुआ 22 जनवरी को। राम राज आ गया, पहला कदम बिहार पड़ा। बेचारा एक पिछड़ा वर्ग का व्यक्ति की क्या हद होगी आप जानते हैं। दूसरा कदम झारखंड पर पड़ा, एक आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री को निगलने का प्रयास। क्योंकि इस आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री के शरीर में हड्डियां कुछ अधिक है, इसलिए उस हड्डी को निकालने के लिए ईडी उसका डिसेक्शन करने में लगी हुई, ताकि हम कैसे इसको निगल जाए। लेकिन इतना आसान नहीं। गलती से गले में फंस गया तो पूरा का पूरा आंतड़ी फाड़ के बाहर। इस वजह से संभल के खाने का कोशिश कीजिएगा। इस वजह से अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे कोई गम नहीं कि मुझे आज ईडी ने पकड़ा। जिस तरीके से बंधुदा का सदस्यता लिया, ये आप चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकते हैं। हो सकता है मेरा भी यही आस करे। सत्ता लुलुपता के लिए हम लोग कभी नहीं आए अध्यक्ष महोदय। लेकिन ये बात मैं इस सदन में कहना चाहूंगा कि झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा का उदय झारखंड के मान, सम्मान, स्वाभिमान को बचाने के लिए हुआ है। और इस मान, सम्मान, स्वाभिमान के प्रति जो भी बुरी नजर डालेगा उसको हम मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे, चाहे राजनीतिक रूप से हो, चाहे कानूनी रूप से हो, चाहे वो किसी भी जंग मैदान में हो। ये हमारा संकल्प है। ना हम पीछे हटे हैं, ना हम लोगों ने पीठ दिखाई है अध्यक्ष महोदय। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे तो कोर्ट का आदेश है कि मीडिया के सामने या बाहर वक्तव्य नहीं देना है। तो हमने ईडी वाले से पूछा, क्या सदन में भी बात नहीं रखनी है? तो उन्होंने ये भी कहा, नहीं सदन में भी आप नहीं रख सकते। हम बोले वाह। तो मैंने कहा कि आइए स्पीकर साहब के टेबल में खड़े हो जाइए, बैठ जाइए, वहां से आदेश जारी कीजिए, फिर हम चुप हो जाएंगे। ये स्थिति है अध्यक्ष महोदय। अब उस दिन का इंतजार है। अभी तो गवर्नर हाउस का कोरम पूरा हो गया। अब विधानसभा से लोग कब अरेस्ट होंगे, राष्ट्रपति भवन से कब अरेस्ट होंगे, लोकसभा, राज्यसभा से लोग कब अरेस्ट होंगे अध्यक्ष। 150, 200 सांसदों का निलंबन। क्या अध्यक्ष महोदय ये इतिहास के सुनहरे अक्षरों में लिखा जाएगा अध्यक्ष महोदय? बड़ी विचित्र स्थिति देश में। और मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा अध्यक्ष महोदय, विशेषकर आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़े भाइयों से, आप तैयार हो जाएं। अब शोषण की एक नई परिभाषा गढ़ने जा रही है। अगर अपने आप को आपने कमजोर किया तो आने वाली पीढ़ी कभी माफ नहीं करेगी। तो अध्यक्ष महोदय, राज्यपाल महोदय आए और 32 पेज का इन्होंने अभिभाषण पढ़ा। हम लोग लाख चिल्लाते रहे, अध्यक्ष महोदय अभिभाषण पढ़ के क्या होगा। जब देश में लोकतंत्र ही नहीं बचेगा। आज हर चीज पिछले दरवाजे से हो रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, खैर इतना तो हम लोग बुद्धि ज्ञान है नहीं, लेकिन समय ऐसा भी नहीं है, समय से बड़ा बलवान धरती में कोई नहीं है और वक्त फिर घूमेगा और फिर हम आपके सामने उपस्थित होंगे और इतनी मजबूती के साथ उपस्थित होंगे कि फिर जो षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं वो षड्यंत्र आपके धरे के धरे रहे और इस देश के और अपने राज्य के आदिवासी दलित पिछड़ों के लिए जो संघर्ष करना होगा वो करते रहेंगे, करते रहेंगे, करते रहेंगे। धन्यवाद।
मान्य सदस्य, मान्य नेता प्रतिपक्ष, मान्य नेता प्रतिपक्ष।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। सभी को जोहार, राम राम। नए मुख्यमंत्री पद को धारण करने वाले आदरणीय चंपई सोरेन जी को बहुत बधाई, शुभकामना। मैंने अभी तो शपथ ले लिया है ना, शपथ तो ले लिया, मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में है।
इतना मान्य नेता प्रतिपक्ष, इतना खबर नहीं रखिएगा राजनीति में तो चलेगा।
सब खबर है, शांति रखिए।
चलिए बोलिए।
As everyone knows, Ashok Shingal's one-pointed agenda was Ram Temple. And he was traveling far and wide the country. He has come to me several times. And once when there was a talk between with the Shankaracharya and the Muslim Personal Law Board, it all failed. And so he was so disappointed. So he came to me right from Kanchipuram to Bangalore. At the time I told him, I have the intuition, I have this feeling that the vision that there's a temple which is dilapidated. There is a Kali temple, Dev Kali temple. Dev Kali is the Kuldevi of Sri Ram. And that temple is completely in dismay, no proper arrangements are there. This is what I feel. Is there such a temple? I asked him. Then we found out, yes, there are two Kali Mandir. One is Choti Kali, another is Dev Kali Mandir, which is just outskirts of Ayodhya. Then he said, no, we have to revive this temple and, reconsecrate that place. So we found a proper muhurt and we went there. Ashok Shingal ji was also present. And several people from Delhi, Mahesh Gupta ji was also there with me. And we had all the 4 Vedic Pandits go there and we reconsecrated the temple. There was a pond right in front which had become just a garbage dump. And that pond was clean and fresh water was brought in there. And Nitya Gopal Das ji, who was there, was leading the Ram Janambhoomi.
छठी अर्थव्यवस्था थी, आज वह नंबर 2 की अर्थव्यवस्था देश की बन चुकी है। हम इसमें सफल इसलिए हुए क्योंकि हमने कर चोरी को रोका, रिफॉर्म किए, रेवेन्यू लीकेजेस को हर स्तर पर समाप्त करने के लिए जो भी उपाय हो सकते थे, सरकार ने, विभिन्न विभागों ने इसके लिए कार्य किया और आज उसका परिणाम है कि उत्तर प्रदेश एक रेवेन्यू सरप्लस
प्रदेश बना है। प्रदेश में पिछले 7 वर्ष में राजस्व में हमने कई गुना वृद्धि की है, बिना कोई अतिरिक्त कर लगाए हुए, यानी कॉमन मैन को टच किए बगैर उन्हें लोक कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के साथ जोड़ते हुए हम प्रदेश को रेवेन्यू सरप्लस स्टेट बनाने में सफल हुए हैं।
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
से आपने जितनी अचीव की है लाइफ में,
नहीं बहुत
मुझे लगता है हमेशा ये जरूरी होता है कि आदमी ग्राउंडेड रहे। आप कैसे अपने आप को ग्राउंडेड रखते हैं?
जरूरत से ज्यादा ग्राउंडेड हूँ तो जितनी चाहिए उससे अधिक। मैं माँ बाबूजी गांव में ही रहते हैं, मैं हर चौथे महीने अपने गांव जाता हूँ और मैं जैसे घर पहुँचता हूँ शूटिंग ख़त्म करके, मैं सिनेमा का आदमी नहीं रहता हूँ, मैं घर का एक साधारण मेंबर रहता हूँ। और क्या बताऊँ, मेरी ग्राउंडेड की अब मार्केटिंग भी होने लगी है आजकल। सहज होना, सरल होना भी बहुत, ऑर्डिनरी होना एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी हो गया है। अब मैं कई बार मुझे ही शक होता है कि मैं क्या ग्राउंडेड हूँ या कि ग्राउंडेड होने की एक्टिंग कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मार्केटिंग बहुत बड़ी हो चुकी है इसकी। हर आदमी बोलता है विनम्र है। एक पिछले दिनों इंटरव्यू कर रहे मैं किसी ने पूछ दिया कि भाई आप विनम्र हैं, आपके हम्बल होने का कोई फायदा उठाया याद हो? तो मैंने जवाब दिया कि भाई किसी ने मेरी विनम्रता का फायदा उठाया और मुझे याद हो, फिर काहे की विनम्रता। इसके रील्स बन गए, पॉपुलर हो गया। तो मुझे कई बार मैं अपने आप को एक्टिंग के थ्रू एक्सप्लोर करने में लगा हूं कि मैं सच में इतना हम्बल हूं, मैं जजमेंटल हूं या नहीं हूं। जैसे मैं बोला आपसे मिलना चाहता था, यानी मेरे मन, मैं उसी बीच में सोचा कि मेरे मन में इनको लेके कुछ जजमेंटल था क्या, मैं क्यों मिलना चाहता। मैंने सोचा,
मैं पूछ रहा हूं कुछ था।
नहीं था। मैंने सोचा कि ऐसा क्यों आया मेरे मन में ये थॉट। तो अभिनय एक्टिंग जो है, और मेरी बातों में सर मैं थोड़ा एक्टिंग का छात्र हूँ, एक्टिंग पे बहुत सोचता हूँ, तो कई रैंडम थॉट्स आते हैं तो मैं कहीं और की बात किसी और बात में करने लगता हूँ। ये मेरी समस्या है। क्या बोल रहा था अभी? नहीं
वही कह रहे थे अब, मैंने ग्राउंडेड की बात कही ना।
हाँ, तो मेरे को भी मालूम नहीं, मुझे लगता है मैं हूँ और लोगों को लगता है कि मैं बहुत ज्यादा हूँ, और ये सुन के मुझे लगता है मुझे और ज्यादा होना चाहिए। तो फिर लगता है कि क्या मैं एक्टिंग कर रहा हूँ ग्राउंडेड होने का।
कि आप मूवी इंडस्ट्री में आपको इस तरह से रहना चाहिए, ऐसी गाड़ी में जाना चाहिए, इसे 100-200 लोगों को साथ में ले जाके, मतलब जो एक होता है ना, एक क्या बोलते हैं उसको, अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं पैराफर्नालिया।
हाँ,
मतलब
जी।
एक पूरी
मुझे पसंद नहीं है। मुझे मैं अननोन होके चलना चाहता हूँ। मैं मास्क लगाता हूँ और
I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in this Monday afternoon. And what we see right now are back-to-back updates coming in from Jharkhand. A floor test is on right now in Jharkhand. The magic number is 41. We'll get you all the details of that. But first, the headlines we are tracking at this moment.
लेकिन हमारा हेमंत बाबू का जमीन खाता न बही में लिखा हुआ है। आज ईडी ने उसको आज रिमांड में रखा है। हम तो चाहते हैं ये जो रांची है एक दिन हरियाली खेती था आदिवासी का एजेंसी आ जाए, हर खतियान हरियाली बना दे रांची को।
All eyes on Jharkhand Assembly as Champai Soren's government, Champai Soren's government faces a floor test.
मैं कहना चाहूंगा 31 जनवरी की जो काली रात, काला अध्याय देश के लोकतंत्र में नए तरीके से जुड़ा है और मुझे लगता है इस घटना को अंजाम देने में कहीं ना कहीं राजभवन भी शामिल रहा है।
Jharkhand's ex-CM Hemant Soren to vote in floor test says Raj Bhavan conspired against him. Muslims Ally shows the way on Ram Temple. IUML says that Ram Temple for majority. Trouble in Chidambaram backyard. Congress leaders, in fact, are saying and passing the resolutions against Chidambaram. PM Modi to reply to the motion of thanks to the President's address in Lok Sabha at 5 p.m. today. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to introduce interim budget for Jammu and Kashmir today. Getting some big breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. Indian Union Muslim League State President Sadiq Ali Sahib Thangal has backed Ram Mandir inauguration and said that Ram Temple was the necessity of the majority community. So that's what we're getting for you right now, viewers. A big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we are seeing that Ram Temple was a design of the majority. That's exactly what the Indian Union Muslim League State President Sadiq Sahib Thangal has said. In fact, let's go ahead and play out that exact statement.
അത് സ്വീകരിക്കുവാനാണല്ലോ നമ്മൾ തയ്യാറാക്കേണ്ടത്. ഇന്നലെ ഒരു വലിയ സംഭവം നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് നടന്നു എന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം. രാജ്യത്തെ ബഹുഭൂരിഭാഗം ജനങ്ങളും ആദരിക്കുന്ന, ബഹുമാനിക്കുന്ന ശ്രീരാമക്ഷേത്രം. അതൊരു യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാണ്. അത് രാജ്യം, അതിൽ നിന്നും നമുക്ക് പുറകോട്ട് പോകുവാൻ സാധിക്കുകയില്ല. അത് രാജ്യത്തെ ബഹുഭൂരിപക്ഷം വരുന്നൊരു സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമാണ്. അത് അയോധ്യയിൽ നിലവിൽ വന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പക്ഷെ അതേക്കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ അതിനെ പ്രതിഷേധിക്കേണ്ട മറ്റോ കാര്യമൊന്നും നമ്മളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഇല്ല. കാരണം അത് ബഹുസ്വര സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും ഓരോ വിശ്വാസങ്ങളുണ്ട്, പാരമ്പര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്, അനുഷ്ഠാനങ്ങളുണ്ട്, ആചാരങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതനുസരിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുവാൻ നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യമുണ്ട്. കോടതി വിധിയുടെ പശ്ചാത്തലത്തിൽ നിലവിലുന്ന ക്ഷേത്രം, കോടതി വിധിയുടെ പശ്ചാത്തലത്തിൽ നിർമ്മിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന ബാബരി മസ്ജിദ്, ഇത് രണ്ടും ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്. രണ്ടും ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മതേതരത്വത്തെ ശക്തിപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന മികച്ച ഉദാഹരണങ്ങളാണ്. നമ്മൾ അതിനെ ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുക. ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മതേതരത്വത്തെ ശക്തിപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന മികച്ച ഉദാഹരണങ്ങളാണ് രാമക്ഷേത്രവും അവിടെ പണിയാൻ പോകുന്ന ബാബരി മസ്ജിദ്. അത് കർത്തവ്യകർത്താവത്വം നമുക്കറിയാം. നമുക്കതിൽ പ്രതിഷേധം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ആ കാലത്ത്. പക്ഷെ അവിടെ സഹിഷ്ണുതയോടെ അതിനെ നേരിടുവാൻ ഇന്ത്യൻ മുസ്ലിങ്ങൾക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് കേരളത്തിനാണുള്ള മുസ്ലിം സമൂഹം വളരെയേറെ സെൻസിറ്റീവായും വളരെ ഒരു ഊർജ്ജസ്വലതയോടെയും ജീവിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രദേശം. പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ അന്ന് രാജ്യത്തിന് മുഴുവനുള്ള മാതൃക കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുവാൻ നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലെ മുസ്ലിങ്ങൾക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അന്ന് എല്ലാവരും ഉറ്റുനോക്കിയത് മറ്റാരെയും ആയിരുന്നില്ല. തകർന്നത് ബാബരി മസ്ജിദാണ്, തകർക്കപ്പെട്ടത് UP-യിലാണ്, അയോധ്യയിലാണ്. പക്ഷെ രാജ്യവും രാജ്യത്തെ രാഷ്ട്രീയ നേതൃത്വവും ഒക്കെ ഉറ്റുനോക്കിയത് ഇങ്ങ് തെക്കേ അറ്റത്തുള്ള കേരളത്തിലേക്കാണ്. അവരുറ്റുനോക്കിയത് മറ്റൊന്നിനുമല്ല, ഇവിടെ സമാധാനത്തിന്റെ പൂത്തിരി കത്തുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്നാണ് അവർ നോക്കിയത്.
All right, let's go straight to Ashwin, who's joining us right now. Ashwin, I'm coming to you, and at this point of time, what we are getting for our viewers is that there seems to be this big statement which has been made. Now, Ram Temple was the desire of majority, no need to protest. This is a very, very big statement coming out. Let's take our viewers through exactly what the background is and what exactly this means. It's a very significant statement coming.
Absolutely. Shivangi, Shahib Ali Tangal, in fact, is the state president of the Indian Union Muslim League. What is also important to note that he has stated that what the court has ordered is finally an idea of pluralism which needs to be strengthened. He said that the court has mandated coexist, and he also went on to say when the Babri Masjid was demolished, there could have been a communal riot in Kerala, but it was the tolerance of the Muslims in Kerala that ensured that such things didn't happen. But the statements which have now been given by the IUML, who is also a spiritual advisor to the Indian Muslim League, is certainly not well taken by many among the Muslim fraternity itself, including MLA KT Jalil, who is a former Sunni man. He has come out to state that will the Bharat Ratna come to Malappuram, and similar such statements have been made. The Congress, interestingly, the leader of opposition V.D. Satishan in the state has also congratulated V.D. Tangal for its nuanced stance on this approach and stating that communal harmony is important more than any other thing in the matter, and his stance has also been supported by the state Congress leadership, and that is also something which has come out as well. Apart from that, the National General Secretary of the Indian Union Muslim League, Kunyali Kuti, has also supported the statements given by Tangal, stating that the Tangal has given a strong message of ensuring communal harmony, and that the temple should not become a matter of any kind of a coalition between different communities in the country as well. So certainly a very, very interesting, in fact, the statement had come out just on 24th of January, but it has come out on the social media only recently. That was only last evening it came out, and now the support from both the Congress leadership in the state as well as the leadership of the Indian Muslim League supporting Tangal in this matter. What needs to be seen is whether the Congress, which had completely did not take part in the Ram Temple Pratishtha, or that matter did not come anywhere closer to the Ram Pratishtha, will they have to say what their stance is, especially when their ally, the Indian Union Muslim League, the spiritual advisor as well as the top National General Secretary of the Indian Union Muslim League, which is a prominent stakeholder for Muslims in the country, has come out stating that this issue of the Ram Mandir, the court order must be respected, and to ensure the pluralistic India must be strengthened. So this is a statement that has been given by the Panakkad Tangal as well as the Indian Union Muslim League from the state of Kerala. Back to you, Shivangi.
We're getting us all the details coming in, and what we see right now is that the Indian Union Muslim League State President Sadiq Ali Sahib Thangal has backed the Ram Mandir inauguration and said that the Ram Temple was the necessity of the majority community. Let's move ahead to the other big breaking we are getting for you right now, and meanwhile the Congress leader is speaking for Ram Temple. V.D. Satishan has said that he agrees to what the IUML has said. That is right. Congress allies speaking for Ram Temple. After that, we are seeing that a Congress leader, V.D. Satishan, has also said that he absolutely agrees with the statement that Ram Temple was a desire of majority. Let's go ahead and play out that statement.
You have to look into the statement made by the Panakkad Sayyid Ali Shihab Tangal. He is having a legacy of the Panakkad Muhammad Ali Shihab Tangal. When the Babri Masjid was demolished, across the nation there were communal riots. But Kerala, we prevented the communal riot only because of the stand taken by Panakkad Muhammad Ali Shihab Tangal. Now the Panakkad Sayyid Ali Shihab Tangal, who is having the legacy of that Tangal, he is taking a very balanced statement. Very balanced statement. This is not to make split among the people. This is against the hate campaign, to make split among the people and fighting them each other. Everybody is trying from both sides, the extreme, those who are taking the extreme positions are trying to make hate campaigns and they are trying to split among the people. We need a peaceful coexistence among the various religions in the state. So I congratulate and I appreciate the statement made by the Panakkad Sayyid Ali Sadiq Ali Tangal. Trying to make hate campaigns and they are trying to split among the...
All right, let's go straight to B. Gopalakrishna, BJP State Vice President Kerala, who is on with us right now. Thank you for joining us, B. Gopalakrishnan. I just want to come across to you and ask you exactly what your first reaction is. Now, the IUML is an ally of the Congress, and these remarks have come in at a time when a lot of the opposition had refused to even come for the Ram Mandir inauguration. What do you really make of this statement coming in?
Generally, Muslims are welcoming Rama Temple and Ayodhya movement. Generally, unfortunately, the Congress and Communist Party, CPM, who are making jolt in this issue and creating hate camp. Who created hate campaigning? The hate campaigning was created and are creating by the CPM and the Congress. Just before, what V.D. Sadishan told is absolutely wrong. Because at the time of Rama Janmabhoomi, at the time of demolition of that disputed structure, there was 8 people were died in Malappuram alone. There was a communal clash. And that communal clash was led by the Congress and CPM. And even the Muslim League also were participated. The 8 Hindus were killed by the Muslim goon on that time. Now, the V.D. Sadishan told that there was no communal riot in Kerala. Communal riot was there and 8 Sadhu Hindu were killed. But today, the Muslim League leader is appreciating and he is welcoming the Ayodhya Rama temple. Definitely, BJP is welcoming this stage. We are very clear, all Muslims are welcoming, not only the Muslim League. Because of the pressure of the Muslim League is forced to say like this. Even though we are welcoming the stage, welcoming the statement, but we appeal all the Muslims, kindly go with the secular attitude taken by the central government. We are not appeasing anybody. But the Congress and Communist Party is trying to appease the minority community by creating hate campaign. So the hate campaign is creating by Congress and Communist. And now, anyway, the Muslims are realizing. In Kerala, generally, Muslims are realizing the facts of the hate campaign, and the Muslims are realizing the Ayodhya construction as well as the Rama Janmabhoomi of Hindus' mental belief. And what is my humble request to all the Muslims, please go with the Narendra Modi and the central government And what we are doing, we are constructed, as per the Supreme Court order, the temple has been constructed in Ayodhya, and very soon the mosque will be constructing in Ayodhya also. You see, the Communist Party, the VD Sadisan and the Pinarayi Vijayan is making hate campaign day by day for appeasing Muslim. Very welcoming the Muslim League statement.
All right, thank you for joining us here, B. Gopala Krishnan, BJP Kerala, for joining us. As we keep getting our viewers more details, let's tell you exactly what is happening. A big update coming in after the Indian Union Muslim League, IUML State President Sadiq Ali Sahib Thangal has backed the Ram Mandir inauguration and said that the Ram Temple was the necessity of the majority community. Let's move ahead right now to the other big breaking we're getting for you right now. Big updates coming in. This is a point of time. Big updates coming in right now. Let's move ahead. Aam Aadmi Party councillors and workers protesting outside the Chandigarh MC office. What we see right now is they're demanding a case against presiding officer. Police deployed as Section 144 CRPC has been imposed in the area. Let's go straight to my colleague who's joining us at this point of time. Amandeep is joining us. Amandeep, I'm coming to you at this point of time. And Congress, what we see right now, the Aam Aadmi Party protest is happening in Chandigarh. Let's go ahead and play out this report by my colleague Amandeep.
After the arguments with Aam Aadmi Party councillors and supporters, so now the police is taking the protesters, detaining the protesters on the precautionary measures. And in fact, here you can see they have been forcefully loaded by the police into the bus to maintain the law and order situation. So the scuffle is quite visible on the ground outside the MC office. So here you can see that how the police is forcibly taking and police is detaining the protesters who were protesting outside the MC office with the demanding the case against the presiding officer. So this has been demand raised by these Aam Aadmi Party councillors as well as protesters who were protesting outside. And in fact, here you can see that how one by one councillors and even the female councillors are also here. They are alleging that why they are not being allowed to enter inside the MC office as well. They are claiming and they are blaming the police that forcibly they are not allowing. They have been locked outside. They are not being allowed to enter inside the office when their work is pending. So here you can see, my camera person can show you that how the female councillor is being pushed back by Chandigarh police, and she's quite adamant to go inside. She's claiming that she had the regular work to do in MC office as she's elected councillor, but still the police did not allow her to enter inside the MC office. So here you can see that how the situation is panning out. And even we will try to speak to some of the councillors as well. We will try to speak to... Even these are the councillors, and in fact you can see there the sloganeering has been taken place. Here you can see the visuals as well. Some of the protesters has been detained and taken to the police station on the precautionary measures.
Viewers, top updates tracking right now. One person died after a car fell into the Satluj River in Kinnaur yesterday, while one individual has been recovered. Efforts continue in the search and rescue operation for the other missing person. Union Minister Anurag Thakur flagged off the Astha special train to be operated from. This will be happen. In fact, this train will be operating to Ayodhya Dham. We also know that the Anurag Thakur has now hailed the Prime Minister Modi for ending the 500-year wait of the Ayodhya Ram Mandir.
500 वर्षों का इंतजार खत्म हुआ है। राम भक्तों की वर्षों की प्रतिज्ञा पूरी हुई है। भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ है और हिमाचल प्रदेश की देवभूमि से अयोध्या धाम जी के लिए पहली ट्रेन राम भक्तों के जत्थों के साथ रवाना हुई।
Yogi Adityanath government has unveiled the state annual budget for the fiscal year 2024 to 2025. CM Yogi held cabinet meetings ahead of the budget presentation in the state assembly today. Weeks ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, the Yogi government presented its third annual budget for the year 2024 to 2025. State Finance Minister Suresh Kumar Khanna said the budget will propel development and move towards achieving the target of $1 trillion economy. Talking about Ayodhya, Gyanvapi and Krishna Janmabhoomi temples, the treasurer of Sri Rama Janmabhoomi Trust Govind Dev Giri Maharaj stated that if 3 temples are freed, he does not desire to look at the other temples. He emphasized living in the future rather than dwelling on the past.
मैंने पहले ही बतला दिया कि 3 मंदिर मुक्त होने पर हम अन्य मंदिरों की ओर ध्यान देने की इच्छा भी नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि हम लोगों को भविष्यकाल में जीना है, भूतकाल में नहीं जीना है। देश का भविष्य अच्छा होना चाहिए। इसलिए यदि समझदारी के साथ ये 3 मंदिर प्रेम से हम लोगों को मिल जाते हैं, हम सारी अन्य बातें भूल जाएंगे।
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing 1 claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
I always felt that there was something which was preventing the Hindus from expressing their true feelings as Hindus and as nationalists and as part of people in public discourse. I had the fortune of being associated with the Ram Janmabhoomi movement from the word go. It started in 1983, but there is a background to it. It is not that this movement originated on the basis of Hindu-Muslim relationship in post-independence India, but it happened long back. All this came out in the course of the exchange of documents between Hindus and Muslims as to how the Ram Janmabhoomi movement evolved from the 18th century, early part of the 18th century. And the British had recorded it. A British judge had recorded in 1886 when a suit was filed to take possession of the Ram Janmabhoomi. He recorded that it is unfortunate that a Hindu temple was demolished and a mosque has been built on its place. But it is very difficult for me after this length of time to hand over the premises to the Hindus. This was the helplessness of government with the judicial system, which had very limited scope to intervene in these matters. But the historicity of this was established by a series of struggles which the Hindus undertook. By way of military expedition, by way of war diplomacy, and it all every time there was some physical clash. The last was in 1934, when several hundreds of Hindus were killed, according to the British records. So the Hindus have been struggling for it on the basis of their continuous belief and the claiming the right to worship. This would have normally happened immediately after the country attained freedom, like it happened in the case of Somnath. It should have happened instantly. But the idea was to deny the Hindus their just and lawful claims to the 3 masjids. You know, it is not that the government was unaware, the political system was unaware, or the judiciary was unaware. anyone with basic understanding of historic and civilizational forces, how they can, like a wave, again and again come and manifest. We'll have to only look at what Arnold Toynbee told the Indians in India in the Abul Kalam Azad Memorial Lecture in 1956. He made 3 points. He said that the 3 masjids are an ocular provocation because they were not built as religious symbols.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
I think it's the best time that has been chosen, and we cannot stop anymore. The temple construction will keep happening. It may take several more months to finish, or maybe years. But what is now available, what is ready, we should just go on.
Gurudev, are the Muslims a part of this celebration? You know, we are just days away from the Pran Pratishtha of the Bhavya Ram Mandir. And I remember that in 2018, we were covering very closely what you were doing. And I must say today to all the viewers that it's not just the court verdict. It's also, viewers, we must understand there was a setting, there was a mood setting which happened. And the process of reconciliation happened before the court order, when Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar sat with all the representatives of both the sides. I remember he had sat and he even told, there were 12 trunks which were given full of documents to the Chief Justice of India at that point of time. Gurudev was part of the negotiation which went on with both sides. Gurudev, at that time you had said that India will turn into another Syria if this dispute is not resolved. I remember you also said that we can't make Lord Ram to be born in another place, while you were saying why the Hindus should be given the site. My direct question to you is, one, have Muslims actually accepted the reality? B, what is your sense of the Muslim community? Are they truly part of this celebration, or is there a feeling of angst inside them about the Ram temple today?
As far as I know, today there is very good feelings even among the Muslims. I don't think there is any such bickering. When I went and met about 1,200 imams and other religious leaders throughout the country during the mediation time, I tell you, except 2 or 3, everyone was willing to be part of this. Everyone was willing for a peaceful and happy settlement. Nobody wants to carry this on further anymore. Their only concern was, it should not become a precedence for 3,000 other mosques. So that was their concern and worry. And a second thing was that except just a couple of lawyers and a
हम तो चाहते हैं ये जो रांची है, एक दिन हरियाली खेती था आदिवासी का, एजेंसी आ जाए, हर खतियाल हरियाली बना दे रांची को.
All eyes on Jharkhand Assembly as the Champai Soren government faces a trust vote.
मैं कहना चाहूंगा 31 जनवरी की जो काली रात, काला अध्याय देश के लोकतंत्र में नए तरीके से जुड़ा है और मुझे लगता है इस घटना को अंजाम देने में कहीं ना कहीं राजभवन भी शामिल रहा है।
Hemant Soren dares ED to prove allegations against him in Jharkhand Assembly, calls it a conspiracy by Raj Bhavan. After Congress claims Karnataka government discriminated over central government funds, Sitharaman retorts and says that commission decides funds. Amid mega diplomatic row, Maldives President Mohammad Muizzu has asserted the Indian troops to exit the island nation by May 10th. IUML Kerala chief faces backlash from India Alliance after he said Ram Temple was for majority. Trouble in Chidambaram backyard. Congress leaders in Sivaganga passed resolutions against Chidambaram's over. And viewers, let's move ahead to the top story tracking right now. Big India-Maldives diplomatic row has erupted. Maldives president says the first group of Indian troops to be sent before March 10th. This development comes after the India-Maldives diplomatic row. The Maldives president during the parliament address mentions about the Delhi Core Committee meeting outcomes, the deadline of replacement of the Indian military from the platform. Let's go straight to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, who's joining us right now. Abhishek, now the Maldives president has said the first group of Indian troops will be sent back before March 10th. And if you could take our viewers through exactly why this is significant, given the fact, the history India and Maldives shared over the post that PM Modi made on Lakshadweep Islands.
No, it's not just about that, Shivangi. It's not escalation in the sense that these things have been in the making for a while. And the decision of India withdrawing its military personnel was jointly taken in a coordination group meeting that took place day before yesterday in New Delhi. And this was after second round of talks. It's unfortunate, of course, that Maldives chooses to let its citizens die rather than take help of Indian medical evacuation services that were being provided by these military personnel purely in a humanitarian assistance and disaster response role. But as it is, the manner in which Maldivian politics has panned out over the last few months after the coming to power of President Muizzu, the present incumbent, we have seen a mobilization, so to say, happening in the opposition space. We have seen, for example, that today's address by President the Maldivian parliament was boycotted by at least two opposition parties. We have seen some unruly scenes also happening because there is obviously disquiet among the Maldivian population at the manner things have really panned out. President Muizzu taking a very lopsided position there, more so after his visit to China. Seems like he got a little emboldened to be taking those very public positions against India. But then, as I said, it's not being liked by many people within Maldives in the larger population as also in the opposition. And so we are seeing reaction also. Having said that, a joint decision already has been taken that India would withdraw about 70 odd or 80 odd the personnel that it had purely in humanitarian assistance role. It's to the detriment of the people of Maldives, and at some stage maybe they would realize what price they pay and how much they want to pay for the kind of political decision that has been made in the last elections. Having said that, India, of course, as a responsible player in the region, has abided by the joint decision taken, and first batch comes back on March 10, the second and third by May 10, even as we keep a close watch on the other political developments that are taking place in Maldives.
All right, thank you so much for joining us there. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor. Maldives President saying the first group of Indian troops to be sent before March 10th, and just coming in as after India-Maldives diplomatic row. In the background of that, let's go ahead, viewers, to the other story we're tracking right now. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in, and there's one more big story that we are tracking at this point of time. Let's move ahead to what is happening there. What we see is a meeting. I repeat, what we see right now is an update coming in. A meeting has been convened in Sivaganga constituency against incumbent MP Karti Chidambaram. The meeting, led by former MP Sudarshan, has passed resolution against Congress leader P. Chidambaram and his son Karti Chidambaram. Also, we are seeing that the resolution is passed against Karti Chidambaram, including condemnation for his remarks about Rahul Gandhi denying ticket in upcoming elections and demanding for disciplinary action against him. So what we see right now, viewers, are big updates coming in right now. Kind of, you could say that a rebellion, a massive rebellion, what the Chidambarams are facing at this point of time. So this story is all about what really is happening in the Congress. What we see is that a faction of the Tamil Nadu Congress's Sivaganga unit have decided not to nominate Karti Chidambaram, the current MP and son of former Union Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, as a candidate in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. And this is turning out to be a case of massive rebellion. So we see right now, viewers, those visuals also coming in on your screen of what is happening. And the big question being raised that there seems to be an internal division within the party at a time which is very crucial, that is just before the Lok Sabha elections. So what we see right now, viewers, a meeting convened in Sivaganga constituency against incumbent MP Karti Chidambaram. The meeting is led by a former MP. And not only that, the former MP Sudarshan N has passed a resolution against the Congress leaders P. Chidambaram and his son Karti Chidambaram. The resolutions passed against Karti Chidambaram, including condemnation for his remarks about Rahul Gandhi. And they are not very keen on giving Karti a ticket in the upcoming elections. And not only that, they are also demanding a disciplinary action. They're asking for disciplinary action against him. So a very, very big trouble coming in for P. Chidambaram and Karti Chidambaram at this point of time. Let's move ahead, viewers, to the other stories that we are tracking right now.
देखिए, इंटरिम बजट तो इंटरिम बजट है। ये वर्केबल बजट है जो जुलाई तक होगा, जब इनका मेन बजट आएगा। इस पे क्या मैं कह सकता हूँ?
The promise made by the government that immediately the state status will be reinstated in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Unfortunately, it has not been done so far. Still, the government of India is presenting the budget on behalf of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. This is quite unfortunate. We, from the part of the opposition, we have made so many critical observations regarding the performance of the government. That too regarding the social situations prevailing in the country, the secular fabric of the country, the democratic threat, the parliamentary democracy is under big threat. All these issues have to be answered by the Honorable Prime Minister.
We know that he will make a political speech with an eye to the election. Nothing substantial is expected.
यूसीसी लाने की पहली बात तो ये ज़रूरत क्या है? हिंदुस्तान कोई मिलिट्री स्कूल तो है नहीं। हम अपने बहुत से कानून शरीयत के हिसाब से चलते हैं। जो कुरान पाक ने हमें हिदायत दी है, कुरान के अंदर जो हिदायत है मुसलमानों को, अगर यूसीसी उसके खिलाफ कोई कानून लाता है तो हम उसे मानने को तैयार नहीं हैं।
11 सीटों की सूची जारी की गई है समाजवादी पार्टी द्वारा और उसमें रायबरेली अमेठी है और ये शीर्ष नेतृत्व मैं समझती हूँ संपर्क में है और वही इस बात पर निर्णय लेंगे।
नीतीश कुमार जी ने आज तक कभी तोड़ जोड़ में विश्वासी नहीं किया। अब उनको अपने विधायकों पर ही भरोसा नहीं है कि तो वो जहाँ आत्मचिंतन करें। तो जब उनको अपने विधायकों पर ही भरोसा नहीं है तो देश की जनता उन पर कहाँ से भरोसा करेगी?
And viewers, as Uttarakhand prepares to become the first state to implement the Uniform Civil Code, BJP MLA Ram Krishna Ghosh has expressed gratitude toward the Dhami government and suggested that other states should follow suit. Additionally, Ghosh has stressed the necessity of banning polygamy and implementing the UCC alongside in Assam. Take a look at this report for more.
Hailing the initiation of the Uniform Civil Code in Uttarakhand, BJP MLA from Assam Ramakrishna Ghosh lauded Dhami government's decision to table the bill.
अच्छा बात है, ये होना चाहिए, बहुत पहले होना चाहिए था, अभी हो रहा है, इसलिए हमारा सरकार को धन्यवाद।
तो पोलीगमी को बैन करना अभी चाहते हैं?
जरूर करना चाहिए ना, अभी देश का हालत क्या है, हम इकोनॉमिक्स में पढ़ाई क्या किया है कि जनविस्फोरण जब होता है देश का हाल कैसा होता है, तो वो लोग जनविस्फोरण करेंगे, हम लोग चुपचाप बैठे रहेंगे, इसका ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहिए। अच्छा सरकार तो ही करते हैं।
यूसीसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन
वो तो और भी अच्छा बात है, वो भी तो करना ही चाहिए। यूसीसी क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए, पहले ही होना चाहिए। अभी हो रहा है, हर राज्य में हो रहा है, यहाँ में भी होगा।
Ghosh has also called for banning polygamy while implementing it alongside the Uniform Civil Code in Assam. With Uttarakhand set to become the first state to implement the UCC, more BJP-ruled states are to follow the suit on the UCC implementation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, much more coming up after Congress claims Karnataka government discriminated over central government funds. Sitaraman retorts, says commission decides funds. Stay tuned.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
People are uncomfortable. No, too much Hinduism nowadays. Why should we be passive Hindus? We are becoming aggressive Hindus. What is your view of all this, Gurudev?
I know there are many such misconceptions. I give the right for people to be in ignorance because they just don't want to see the truth. They don't want to see the light. They are dwindling. Their numbers are minuscule today. They should go to the ground level and just look at what people want. People are today very proud of being who they are, what they are. That was not the case before. Someone who crosses the boundaries of India will even change their names. That's not happening today. You see, the revivalism, when something good is being revived, why to shy away from that? Be part of the revivalism. It's a flood that is happening today of upliftment of the whole nation, and you should just be part of that. See, when you say development doesn't only mean making roads and building houses, it also development of the civilization, the culture, the values that we uphold. And today the world is welcoming our values, these values. If you closely watch the developed countries, the struggle they are going through today is appalling, and we don't want those ills of the society come into our society as well. 1 in every 3 person is getting depressed, and they're all turning towards yoga, they are all turning towards chanting, which was a taboo before. 42 years back when I started Art of Living, yoga was a taboo. Not everybody wants to even think about it in the world. But today, I tell you, 1/4 of the population, maybe now 1/3 of the population, world's population, are practicing meditation, yoga, chanting and all this. So people now should wake up to this reality and not just shy away from or feel so entrenched in the old colonial mindset.
I think so. I think people should be comfortable with who they are. And Hindus are becoming comfortable with who they are in their essence. And I think this is very important. I think actually, Gurudev, too much politics, symbolic politics has happened around Hinduism. You also put religion against religion, don't you think so? I mean, Rajiv Gandhi did Shah Bano to appease the Muslims. Then he turned around, he tried to open the locks to appease the Hindus. Then he tried to start his campaign from Ayodhya, and you end up getting muddled up. You end up moving from appeasing this side to appeasing that side. Don't you think so? I mean, we should move towards a different approach to politics.
समय बदला.
Welcome back, viewers. During today's parliamentary session, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, during the question hour in Lok Sabha, dispelled claims of discrimination in allocating state funds, whereas Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary accused her of favouring states in GST distribution. Listen into this report for more.
Devolution to the states happens in the direct tax matters as per the recommendation given by the Finance Commission. The GST, particularly the SGST, the state GST, goes 100% to the states. No one can do anything with it. It has automatic provision that 100% collected by the states will be with them. I repeat, 100% is with them. IGST is collected because it involves a lot of interstate payments. It is periodically reviewed also by the GST Council. It is because states should get the money in their hand, roughly, grossly, 50% is divided, and then periodically it is readjusted to actuals. So if a state were to get 41 and not 50, adjustment happens. If a state were to get 52, adjustment happens. So every now and then, when money gets accumulated under the IGST, it is divided grossly at 50-50 to all states and gets reconciled over the time according to the data that comes up. The CGST is divided as per the advice, 42% goes of the Finance Commission. So if this is direct tax, GST, sir, direct taxation is completely determined by the proportions decided and suggested and accepted and implemented by the central government. Now, of course, some states, and this rate fixation is nothing to do with the government of India. Rate fixation as to how much should go to a state is done by the Finance Commission. And does the Finance Commission sit in one place and take a call on it? No. It goes all over, meets with every state government, talks to them, and only then submits the report.
Viewers, much more coming up. IUML Kerala chief faces backlash from India Alliance after he said Ram Temple was for majority. Stay tuned.
मुझे मतलब बहुत दिनों से एक तरह से आशा थी कि आपसे मिलूंगा और आपको कहूंगा दैट आई एम अ डीप एडमायरर ऑफ योर फिल्म्स, योर आर्ट, योर पर्सनालिटी एंड योर एक्टिंग स्टाइल.
थैंक यू सो मच.
मुझे तो लगता है दैट यू आर अ जैसे मैंने कहा फ्यूचर लेजेंड. मतलब आपने पूरे जो हमारी एक तरह से परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स और सिनेमा इंडस्ट्री, OTT की डायरेक्शन आपने चेंज कर दी है और आपके सफलता के कारण आज बहुत ऐसे टैलेंट सामने आए हैं पिछले 5-6 साल में जो शायद पहले रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं होते. कि सब लोग कहते हैं कि ही कुड बी द नेक्स्ट पंकज त्रिपाठी. सो पीपल आर लुकिंग फॉर टैलेंट लाइक दैट. सो व्हाट डू यू फील? डू यू आल्सो फील जब आपने अपने करियर को देखना है पिछले 10 साल स्पेशली
जी,
तो कोई टर्निंग पॉइंट आपको याद आती होगी?
यस, टर्निंग पॉइंट मेरे ख्याल से पहले तो थैंक यू, आपने इतना अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया और मैं आपको पास से देखना चाहता था. मेरी इच्छा थी क्योंकि मैं टीवी में देखा था तो मुझे लगा था कि देखूं, और इस इंटरव्यू के पहले मैं 5 मिनट मिला हूं आपसे, तो मुझे वो व्यक्ति नहीं मिला जो टीवी में दिखा था. तो खैर यस, OTT आने के बाद से खास करके मेरे कैरियर में बदलाव हुआ. जब इंडिया में 16-17 में OTT आ रहा था, एक फिल्म आई थी न्यूटन, जिसके लिए नेशनल अवार्ड मिला मुझे पहली बार। तो वो फिल्म हुई थी छोटी रिलीज, बट बॉक्स ऑफिस पे चल गई और बड़ी उसके साथ कुछ बड़ी फिल्म को पछाड़ के ज़्यादा दिन चली गई, फिर ऑस्कर के लिए इंडियन एंट्री भेज दी गई। वो उससे थोड़ा सा चर्चा हुआ था, बट OTT आने के बाद से।
किस साल की बात है न्यूटन?
2017।
एक स्कूल टीचर
नहीं, चुनाव कराने
कराने वाले,
नक्सल इलाके में इलेक्शन कराने जाते हैं
एरिया में जो।
यस, और CRPF कमांडेंट हूँ मैं।
परफेक्ट, याद है।
तो वो फिल्म चल गई और सराहा गया, और सेम टाइम OTT इंडिया में आ चुके थे मिर्जापुर प्राइम वीडियो पे, और सेक्रेट गेम उधर चल रहा था। तो OTT इंटरनेट के आने से स्क्रीन ज़्यादा डेमोक्रेटिक हो गया। पहले स्क्रीन सिनेमा हॉल था, फिर स्क्रीन घर का TV स्क्रीन था जो मेन लिविंग एरिया में रहेगा। अब ये मोबाइल जेब तक पहुंच गया, या पर्सनल टैब लैपटॉप के थ्रू। तो मुझे लगता है कि तो ज़्यादा लोग हम लोगों को देखने लगे,
ऑडियंस बढ़ गई, क्योंकि हमारी फिल्में 200 सिनेमा घरों में रिलीज होती है। अब चुनाव में खड़े कर दो एक आदमी को और बोलो कि तुम्हारा बूथ पूरे इंडिया में 200 बनाएंगे, कौन मतदाता आएगा भाई?
As everyone knows, Ashok Shingal's one-pointed agenda was Ram Temple, and he was traveling.
Welcome back, viewers. As Uttarakhand prepares to become the first state to implement the Uniform Civil Code, BJP MLA Ramakrishna Ghosh has expressed gratitude toward the Dhami government and suggested that other states should follow suit. Additionally, Ghosh has stressed the necessity of banning polygamy and implementing the UCC alongside in Assam. Take a look at this report for more.
Hailing the initiation of the Uniform Civil Code in Uttarakhand, BJP MLA from Assam Ramakrishna Ghosh lauded Dhami government's decision to table the bill.
अच्छा बात है, ये होना चाहिए, बहुत पहले होना चाहिए था, अभी हो रहा है, इसलिए हमारा सरकार को धन्यवाद।
तो पोलीगमी को बैन करना आप भी चाहते हैं?
जरूर करना चाहिए ना। अभी देश का हालत क्या है, हम इकोनॉमिक्स में पढ़ाई क्या किया है कि जनविस्फोरण जब होता है देश का हाल कैसा होता है। तो वो लोग जनविस्फोरण करेंगे, हम लोग चुपचाप बैठे रहेंगे, इसका ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहिए। अच्छा सरकार तो ही करते हैं।
यूसीसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन वो
तो और भी अच्छा बात है, वो भी तो करना ही चाहिए। यूसीसी क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए, पहले ही होना चाहिए। अभी हो रहा है, हर राज्य में हो रहा है, यहाँ में भी होगा।
Ghosh has also called for banning polygamy while implementing it alongside the Uniform Civil Code in Assam. With Uttarakhand set to become the first state to implement the UCC, more BJP-ruled states are to follow the suit on the UCC implementation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
One person died after a car fell into the Satluj River in Kinnaur yesterday, while one individual has been recovered. Efforts continue in the search and rescue operations are on for the other missing people. Union Minister Anurag Thakur flagged off the Astha special train to be operated from. This will be from Himachal Pradesh all the way to Ayodhya Dham. Anurag Thakur hailed the Prime Minister Modi for ending the 500-year wait of Ayodhya Ram Mandir.
500 वर्षों का इंतजार खत्म हुआ। राम भक्तों की वर्षों की प्रतिज्ञा पूरी हुई है। भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ है और हिमाचल प्रदेश की देवभूमि से अयोध्या धाम जी के लिए पहली ट्रेन राम भक्तों के जत्थों के साथ रवाना हुई।
Yogi Adityanath government has unveiled the state annual budget for the fiscal year. As CM Yogi held cabinet meetings ahead of the budget presentation in the State Assembly today. Weeks ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, the Yogi government presented its third annual budget for the year 2024 to 2025, and State Finance Minister Suresh Kumar Khanna said the budget will propel development and move towards achieving the target of $1 trillion economy. Talking about Ayodhya, Gyanvapi and Krishna Janmabhoomi Temple, the treasurer of the Sri Rama Janmabhoomi Trust, Govind Dev Giri Maharaj, stated that if 3 temples are freed, he does not desire to look at the other temples. He emphasized living in the future rather than dwelling on the past.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing 1 claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
I always felt that there was something which was preventing the Hindus from expressing their true feelings as Hindus and as nationalists and as part of people in public discourse. I had the fortune of being associated with the Ram Janmabhoomi movement from the word go. It started in 1983, but there is a background to it. It is not that this movement originated on the basis of Hindu-Muslim relationship in post-independence India, but it happened long back. All this came out in the course of the exchange of documents between Hindus and Muslims as to how the Ram Janmabhoomi movement evolved from the 18th century, early part of the 18th century. And the British had recorded it. A British judge had recorded in 1886 when a suit was filed to take possession of the Ram Janmabhoomi. He recorded that it is unfortunate that a Hindu temple was demolished and a mosque has been built on its place. But it is very difficult for me after this length of time to hand over the premises to the Hindus. This was the helplessness of government with the judicial system, which had very limited scope to intervene in these matters. But the historicity of this was established by a series of struggles which the Hindus undertook. By way of military expedition, by way of war diplomacy, and it all every time there was some physical clash. The last was in 1934, when several hundreds of Hindus were killed, according to the British records. So the Hindus have been struggling for it on the basis of their continuous belief and claiming the right to worship. This would have normally happened immediately after the country attained freedom, like it happened in the case of Somnath. It should have happened instantly. But the idea was to deny the Hindus their just and lawful claims to the 3 masjids. You know, it is not that the government was unaware, the political system was unaware, or the judiciary was unaware. Anyone with basic understanding of historic and civilizational forces, how they can, like a wave, again and again come and manifest, will have to only look at what Arnold Toynbee told the Indians in India in the Abul Kalam Azad Memorial Lecture in 1956. He made 3 points. He said that the 3 masjids are an ocular provocation.
Very good afternoon, viewers. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Monday afternoon. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines at this hour. All eyes on Jharkhand Assembly as the Champai Soren government faces a trust vote. Hemant Soren dares the ED to prove allegations against him in the Jharkhand Assembly, calls it a conspiracy by Raj Bhavan. After Congress claims Karnataka government discriminated over the central government funds, Sitharaman retorts saying the commission decides the funds. Amid the mega diplomatic row, Maldives President Mohammad Muizzu asserts the Indian troops to exit the island nation by the 10th of May. RUML Kerala chief faces backlash from India Alliance after he says Ram Temple was for the majority. Trouble in Chidambaram backyard. Congress leaders in Shivaganga passed resolutions against Chidambarams. All right, you can see the floor test is all set to take place today. It's going to be very, very important for the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha for Champai Soren. Remember, Hemant Soren has also been given the permission by court to take part in this floor test. We saw how there was resort politics that was going on before the floor test. The MLAs from have just returned from Hyderabad yesterday, and now from the circuit house they were headed to the assembly, where you can see live visuals coming in from. The vote proceedings have begun, and it's of course a litmus test for the Champai Soren government. He has to prove a majority. That is the important day for Jharkhand today, and they have to prove the majority. And right now we understand that it will be, of course, a test. They want to sail through with the 48 MLAs at least, what they have been claiming. However, of course, we have to see right now, wait and watch. The majority mark, of course, remains 41. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha leaders had been claiming that they do fear Operation Lotus of some sort. They were talking about it's a high-stake battle, of course, high-stake battle for the JMM right now, and it's the alliance government, the JMM Congress and the left alliance has to prove a majority, of course, for Champai Soren. He has taken over. He is known, he is of course a very close aide of the Soren family, is very close to Hemant Soren. He has been a mentor to Hemant Soren, and it's a very senior figure in Jharkhand's politics. He's known as a tiger in Jharkhand's politics, and he's right now the Chief Minister. He has to prove a majority, even as Hemant Soren continues to be under the ED's scanner, in ED custody. The floor test has now begun in Jharkhand, and voting is right now underway. Remember, those are the live visuals coming in on your screens. Hemant Soren has also taken part in this. He was granted permission by the court After he resigned as Jharkhand Minister, he was, of course, arrested and taken into custody. Thereafter, we saw there was a lot of curiosity, a lot of suspense as in who will take over. Will his wife take over? Will anyone? So just before the vote, we saw Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren speaking in the assembly, and he appealed to everybody, appealed for support, saying that he will form a government to work for the state. And this was just moments before there was an appeal to all present, to his party members, to the alliance. And he also alleged at the same time the central agencies were being used against Hemant Soren. That is the allegations that have been, of course, repeated right now. We have seen, and Hemant Soren has also challenged the BJP, saying that they need to he challenged the BJP, saying that prove the corruption charges, and if they prove him that he has done corruption, he has of course indulged in corruption, then he will quit politics. That is what Hemant Soren had said. And he said that मैं आंसू भी नहीं बहाऊंगा, आंसू वक्त के लिए रखूंगा, आप लोगों के लिए आंसू का कोई मतलब नहीं है. So he made some scathing attack also. My colleague and senior editor Prakash joins us live on the broadcast. Prakash, of course, this is a very crucial test. It's the D-Day right now. We've seen resort politics happening, and now it's the big test. In fact, the first big test for the newly sworn-in Champai Soren government. What do we expect from here on?
प्रस्ताव के विपक्ष में 29 मत प्राप्त हुए. इस प्रकार ये सभा वर्तमान मंत्रिपरिषद में विश्वास प्रकट करती है कि प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ. माननीय सदस्यगण, सभा की कार्रवाई मंगलवार दिनांक 6 फरवरी 2024 के 11 बजे पूर्वाह्न तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
All right, Prakash continues to be with us on a phone line, and we just saw that, Prakash, if you could hear me, the 47 votes have been received in favor of Champai Soren. So that's the big update we're getting in right now, viewers. This is the big update coming in. 29 from the opposition, again 29 against 47 in favor. This is coming in as the Jharkhand Assembly Speaker was just speaking right now. So this is the big update we have right now, viewers. 47 votes in favor of Champai Soren government, 29 in opposition. Jharkhand Floor Test update continues. Prakash continues to be with us right now. So big update coming in, Prakash. It's a big win for Champai government.
Well, as expected, we have been saying it on Republic TV ever since the governor was not allowing Champai Soren to form the government, and there was a constitutional breakdown. And today, on the floor test, exactly what has happened, what we reported on Republic TV, 47 MLAs have supported in favor of the government, 29 against. There were 3-4 absentees because of illness. That is why they could not participate. And one independent MLA, Saryu Rai, he remained neutral. He did not participate in the voting. He sitting in the house. So, as expected, it has happened, and the numbers were in the favor of the JMM Congress combined, despite the fact that BJP MP Nisikant Dubey had been making repeated statements that there are certain MLAs who are not flying to Hyderabad. They are disenchanted with the JMM government, but that hasn't happened. And all the MLAs were solidly behind the JMM Congress combined. There were doubts about one Lupin Hembram, Chamra Linda, and they also stood solidly after meeting JMM Patriarch Shibu Soren today in the morning, and the kind of a statement that was made both by Champai Soren, the sitting Chief Minister, as well as
Hemant Soren, he made an emotional statement. He challenged the ED that if they have the papers, they can prove it, and he is willing to leave politics, not only politics, but also Jharkhand. So, big statement made by Hemant Soren, and he also said that he is not going to set years arrest. So directly communicating with the tribal voters, making a statement for the tribal voters because it's 2 months away from the Lok Sabha elections. So all kinds of emotional statement being made to woo the voters in their favor, and Hemant Soren playing the victim card. So, so as far as this particular floor test is concerned, the Champai Soren government has passed the floor test on the floor of the Jharkhand Assembly with 47 MLAs supporting the government, 29 in against. Majority of them are from the BJP. Few MLAs abstained from the voting, and few MLAs were absent from the voting due to illness. So this is a big update coming from Jharkhand, wherein there was a political crisis in the state of Jharkhand ever since Hemant Soren, who escaped from Delhi despite the ED conducting raids at his place, and the next day when he was interrogated by the ED at his official residence in Ranchi. Then he was arrested later in the evening on 31st of January, and thereafter he resigned. For 2 years there was political stalemate in Jharkhand with the governor, C.P. Radhakrishnan, not allowing JMM Congress to form the government despite the numbers were in favor, which is evident from the floor test today. They have been repeating that they have the support of 47 MLAs, and they have submitted the letter of support. And now today, Champai Soren passing the floor test. Back to you.
Prakash, of course, we've been calling it the Jharkhand political thriller, isn't it? But is it the end of the thriller, or is there still a lot of challenges for the Champai Soren government? What is the road ahead from here on? Because Hemant Soren continues to be under the ED scanner. He continues to be in the ED custody.
Well, Hemant Soren is a different chapter. The stability of the government is a different chapter. Hemant Soren, who has been involved in corruption, and he's been charged of corruption, being involved in the mining scam as well as the land scam. That is for him to prove his innocence, whereas the ED says that they have substantial proof, ample evidence, and that is why they have arrested him, whereas Hemant Soren is challenging the...
उधर उस पर का जो आपने भाषण दिया लोग उसको कर रहे हैं, तो आपने सदन में अपनी बात रखा, लेकिन इस पूरी परिस्थिति को कैसे देखते बात कर रहे हैं बार-बार कहा जा रहा है कि हम जहाँ पे सरकार के पक्ष के लिए उसको अस्थिर करने की कोशिश हो रही है। ऐसी आरोप का कोई बुनियाद है तो बताना चाहिए। ये बेबुनियाद किसी तरह की बात अगर गढ़ के मंत्रण बात करेंगे तो उसका जवाब होगा। लेकिन अब जनता के पास क्या सवाल रहना चाहिए? जो सवाल ये सवाल जनता का भी है, वो इसका जवाब चाहते हैं। लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है जैसे हेमंत सोरेन ने या वर्तमान मुख्यमंत्री ने अपनी बात रखी और उन्होंने कहा कि एक तरीके से आदिवासियत पर टारगेट है, ये मतलब सिंपैथी यहाँ की जन भावना झारखंड पे अपनी बात बोल के एक समुदाय विशेष के सहानुभूति जीत सकते हैं, संवैधानिक शपथ के डायलॉग को सम्मान नहीं कर सकते, उसका जो एक दायित्व होता है उसका नेतृत्व करते हुए दिखाई नहीं दे रहे। यहाँ पर से जो
So 47 votes in favor of Champai Soren government. So it's a big win for Champai Soren as the floor test was just conducted, and via voting we saw that 47 votes, the 41 majority mark of course has been crossed comfortably. 47 votes in favor of Champai Soren. So it was the first big test for the Champai Soren, the newly sworn in Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Even as the former Chief Minister Hemant Soren continues to be in the ED custody, we've seen the statements coming out before the trust vote. The Champai Soren, Hemant Soren all attacking the BJP as the Soren, Hemant Soren continues to fight. All right, I'm told that Prakash is joining us on the phone line. He's back with us on the phone line for more. So Prakash, we were just seeing some reactions that have also been coming in. The audio wasn't much clear. However, of course, we do understand that it's a huge sigh of relief for the Champai Soren government, for the JMM right now. And please tell us what we expect from here on, as we were talking earlier.
Now that the floor test has been passed by Champai Soren government, it seems that there is a stable government in Jharkhand with more than 6 to 7 MLAs required for the absolute majority. So, as a matter of fact, Jharkhand goes to the polls in October, November. So, till now, there is political stability in the state of Jharkhand. It is clear that what Champai Soren and the Congress were alleging initially, that the governor was playing a partition role by not to form the government. In fact, it was a huge constitutional crisis that for 24 hours there was no chief minister, no president's rule. So, and the BJP MP Nishikant Dubey had time and again been alleging and citing the reasons that there were 13 MLAs that who were not flying to Hyderabad. It means that the BJP did not have the required numbers to topple the government. And the MLAs stood solidly behind JMM Congress combined, led by Champai Soren at the moment, and have expressed their solidarity with Hemant Soren, even though he's in ED custody. Hemant Soren making an emotional statement while addressing the Jharkhand Assembly, and he also made a statement that the PMLA court had asked him not to speak to the media, but he made his statement. He made sure that he made his statement and gave a speech in the Jharkhand Assembly, so that a message is sent to the voters across Jharkhand, and the PMLA, the court, or the ED cannot stop him from speaking in the assembly, because the premises of the assembly, the custodian is the speaker of the Vidhan Sabha. So he was allowed to speak, and he made a political statement there, making emotional statement like he is not going to shed tears for ED. He will shed tears at the right moment, at the right time. While addressing the tribal voters, he evoked the tribal sentiment. He says that he is innocent and is not involved in the land scam. That is for him to prove in the court, because he has already filed a petition in the court that the way ED has arrested him and he has challenged the ED's arrest in the court as well, which is up for hearing again on 12th of February, we are told, in the Jharkhand High Court. So, and that goes to state the fact that Hemant Soren is not going to give up. He's fighting it out. Meanwhile, he has his own government in the state of Jharkhand, with Champai Soren's new government passing the floor test with a difference of 18 votes, and that's a huge number in a small state like Jharkhand. So, meanwhile, we'll see. Now, all the parties will gear up for the Lok Sabha elections. Till Lok Sabha elections, it seems that there will be political stability in the state of Jharkhand. After that, we can expect again some kind of political thriller in Jharkhand, if at all, when BJP again wins the Lok Sabha elections, because Jharkhand goes to the assembly polls in October, November this year. So everything has not come to an end here itself. So a big stake for both the BJP as well as the JMM Congress. And Jharkhand has 14 Lok Sabha seats in total, very crucial state. The erstwhile Bihar, both Bihar and Jharkhand combined for 54 seats. And it's a very crucial state as far as last time the BJP had won around 13 Lok Sabha seats out of 14. So big win for Champai Soren, passing the floor test with 47 votes. The opposition BJP got 29 votes. Back to you.
Take us to Prakash, how we've seen that, Hemant Soren has used this platform today to again, show that he is innocent. Just like you pointed out that he has evoked the Adivasi sentiment. He made an emotional appeal, also saying that the tears of Adivasi does not mean anything to you. And he's also alleging that Raj Bhavan was involved here. He's alleging political vendetta and also says that somewhere that Raj Bhavan had a role to play in this incident.
Well, it's a kind of allegation, Raj Bhavan. How can the Raj Bhavan arrest him? The ED has arrested him. But yes, the role of the governor came under the scanner and question when there was no government in Jharkhand after Hemant Soren resigned from the Chief Minister's post on 31st evening. Until the 1st of February or the 2nd of February, there was no Chief Minister or no President's rule. So that way the governor was under question and a scanner. But when it comes to his arrest, it was the ED which arrested him. And when he was interrogated on 31st evening, after the ED showed him substantial proof of his involvement in the land scam, and they conveyed it to him that he has been arrested. After that, they're going to arrest him. In fact, he told him after that, Hemant Soren shot a video of 5 minutes and released it to the media that the ED is going to arrest him, and he was apprehending it for quite some time. And the same sentiments he evoked today as well in the Vidhan Sabha in his political speech when he said that he was apprehending this. And not to be surprised, he evoked the Adivasi sentiments because Jharkhand forms a large chunk of the tribal voters, and the main constituents are the tribal voters itself, the support base, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. So sending a message to the tribal voters, which holds the key in Jharkhand, evoking sentiments that your son has been arrested by the ED. And they also cited politicians, the Chief Minister Champai Soren cited examples of Bandhu Tirki, from whose 7 crore rupees in cash was recovered by the same ED, but he hasn't lost his membership. But another MLA's membership have been, he was convicted and his membership was terminated from the House. So this kind of examples were being cited, and the ED was also targeted, the IT, ED and the CBI was also targeted on the floor of the House. So it's for Hemant Soren to now to prove his innocence in the court, because there have been charges of mining scam also. One, because he held the mining department as well. His secretary, Pooja Singhal, was arrested. He's still under arrest. Several officers have been arrested. There are charges of his associates being directly involved into corruption cases. One vessel was recovered pertaining to the mining scam, and then in the land scam also there are certain allegations against him. So he has to prove his innocence in the court of law, and he has filed a petition in the Jharkhand High Court. The case is up for hearing on 12th of February, and he can only evoke sentiments, and that to political sentiments in the House. But in order to prove his innocence, he will have to prove it in the court of law. Back to you. Prove it in the court of law.
Absolutely, of course. Thanks so much for joining us with those details, Prakash. Is the first test that has been, of course, right now passed by Champai Soren, but the fight against the corruption charges continues as far as Hemant Soren is there. All right, I'm getting more reactions on this. In fact, JMM spokesperson Tanuj Khatri is joining us on the phone line for more. Mr. Khatri, thank you for speaking to us. This, of course, is the first test that has been passed by Champai Soren. It's 47 MLAs have voted in favor of Mr. Champai.
एब्सोल्युटली। जिस प्रकार से चुनी हुई सरकारों को, पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार को और एक आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री को डराने की, धमकाने की नाकाम कोशिश हुई, हम समझते हैं कि सदन ने उसका जवाब दिया है। और आने वाले चुनावों में ये संख्या में और वृद्धि होगी और झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा और गठबंधन के दल जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उखाड़ फेंकने का काम करेंगे झारखंड से।
जी शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए मिस्टर खत्री। ऑफ कोर्स इट इज sigh of relief for people, for MLAs and members of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. We'll keep a track of all the developments coming in from Jharkhand viewers, but right now we're stepping to a very, very short break, and news and updates on the other side continue. News from Jharkhand, of course. The biggest story right now is that's a win for Champai government. 47 MLAs voting in favor of Champai Soren.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them. In a way, isn't there an attempt at Hindu villainization? There are three phases of this struggle. From the Maratha operation, there was a definite policy on sacred places, including Kashi, Ayodhya, Prayag. In the legal battle was the second phase, right? And this, the legal efforts start in 1885. And the third phase was the 1983 onwards movement of the sadhus and sants and the political movement after 1989-90. So there are 3 or 4 phases of this struggle. And Hindus were patient throughout, Mr. Gurumurthy, you will agree with me. Till 6th of December 1992, Hindus were patient. Then the Babri Masjid were demolished and Hindus were patient again after that in the Supreme Court case. So, was there an attempt to frustrate, trigger and agitate the Hindus and villainize the Hindus? Anyone associated with this?
See, by Nehruvian secularism, Hindus had become political, cultural, religious orphans in this country. Because Nehru himself said, Islamic or Muslim communalism is aggressive, but Hindu communalism is dangerous. Imagine the tallest leader of the country and the most respected Indian leader abroad pronouncing that Hindu communalism is dangerous. You know, this is how the division between Hindus and Muslims started. He should have remained above this. But he found it was necessary to cultivate the Islamic vote bank for Congress. And that is how he seeded the idea that to be against Hindus is part of Indian secularism. And this manifested, remanifested.
And you're just sorry to intervene, but Nehru was always very prickly. When Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was the Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister of India, in November 1947, he went to Saurashtra and declared at a public meeting that the first step of the government of India will be to reconstruct Somnath and reinstall the Jyotirling. As soon as Vallabhbhai Patel passed away, Nehru could not tolerate his cabinet colleague K.M. Munshi taking part in the Somnath temple reconstruction, right? Or for the installation of the deity at the Somnath temple. So I think Nehru, in the name of secularism, wanted India to detach itself from its Hindu roots.
You see, Jawaharlal Nehru's tolerance of Hinduism vanished after Sardar Patel. he politically tolerated Hinduism because Mahatma Gandhi proclaimed Swaraj as Ramarajya.
All right, viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. And the big headline and the big story coming in right now is that Champai Soren has won the trust vote. Champai Soren's government has won the trust vote with the 47 MLAs in Jharkhand Assembly. That's the biggest update coming in right now. We'll get to all the details of that. But first, the headlines we're tracking at this moment. Huge win for Champai Soren. Government clears floor test after week-long political drama.
मैं कहना चाहूँगा 31 जनवरी की जो काली रात, काला अध्याय देश के लोकतंत्र में नए तरीके से जुड़ा है और मुझे लगता है इस घटना को अंजाम देने में कहीं ना कहीं राजभवन भी शामिल रहा है।
In custody for mega land scam, Hemant Soren cries foul, calls arrest a conspiracy by the Raj Bhavan.
Rate fixation as to how much should go to a state is done by the Finance Commission. And does the Finance Commission sit in one place and take a call on it? No. It goes all over, meets with every state government.
Nirmala Sitharaman tears into Siddharamaiah government over discrimination over funds by centre charge. Mega face-off as IUML breaks ranks with Indy. Backs Ram Mandir, says it would strengthen secularism. Prime Minister to reply on motion of thanks in Lok Sabha today. All eyes on the big address. Maldives escalates diplomatic row. President has asked of Maldives for Indian troops to be withdrawn by May 10th. Viewers, let's go to the top story coming in right now. The week-long political thriller in Jharkhand has now come to an end. A Champai Soren-led government has cleared the floor test with 47 votes in favour. Chief Minister Champai Soren's led government cleared the trust vote with support of 47 MLAs from JMM-led ruling alliance, which include the Congress and RJD. And what we see right now is that the Jharkhand Assembly, which consists of 81 members, 41 was a magic number, and of course they have gone ahead, they crossed 41. Now they've got 47 MLAs with them, and that is a big win coming in for the Champai Soren-led government, which has cleared the floor test with 47 votes in favour. That is right, viewers. And remember that the former CM Hemant Soren, who was arrested by the ED in money laundering charges, also participated in the floor test at Assembly. And what we see right now is that a big win coming in for Champai Soren. A short while back, we also told you that Hemant Soren had addressed the Assembly, alleging that the governor and the centre hatched a conspiracy behind his ED arrest in money laundering charges linked to alleged land scam. But the big update coming right now is that the magic number has been crossed, and this is a big update. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more reactions coming in. We just told you Hemant Soren had addressed the Assembly ahead of the trust vote. So former CM of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, has now cried vendetta, saying that his arrest is a conspiracy hatched by the Raj Bhavan. Listen it.
मैं कहना चाहूँगा 31 जनवरी की जो काली रात, काला अध्याय देश के लोकतंत्र में नए तरीके से जुड़ा है और मुझे लगता है इस घटना को अंजाम देने में कहीं ना कहीं राजभवन भी शामिल रहा है। मैं कहना चाहूंगा 31 जनवरी की जो काली रात, काला अध्याय देश के लोकतंत्र में नए तरीके से जुड़ा है और मुझे लगता है इस घटना को अंजाम देने में कहीं ना कहीं राजभवन भी शामिल रहा है। मैं कहना चाहूंगा
And viewers, Aam Aadmi Party councillors staged a protest outside the Chandigarh Municipal Corporation demanding action against the presiding officer in the Chandigarh mayoral polls. Aam Aadmi Party protesters have called for legal action amidst allegations of anomalies during the elections. Police Section 144 has now been imposed, viewers, in the area. Take a look at this report to understand what is really happening today on this front.
After the arguments with Aam Aadmi Party councillors and supporters, so now the police is taking the protesters, detaining the protesters on the precautionary measures. And in fact, here you can see they have been forcefully loaded by the police into the bus to maintain the law and order situation. So the scuffle is quite visible on the ground outside the MC office. So here you can see that how the police is forcibly taking and police is detaining the protesters who were outside, who was protesting outside the MC office with the demanding the case against the presiding officer. So this has been demand raised by these Aam Aadmi Party councillors as well as protesters who were protesting outside. And in fact, here you can see that how one by one councillors and even the female councillors are also here. They are alleging that why they are not being allowed to enter inside the MC office as well. They says they are claiming and they are blaming the police that forcibly they are not allowing. They have been locked outside. They are not being allowed to enter inside the office when their work is pending. So here you can see, my camera person can show you that how the female councillor is being pushed back by Chandigarh police, and she's quite adamant to go inside. She's claiming that she had the regular work to do in MC office as she's elected councillor, but still the police did not allow her to enter inside the MC office. So here you can see that how the situation is panning out, and even we will try to speak to some of the councillors as well. We will try to speak to... Even these are the councillors, and in fact you can see there the sloganeering has been taken place. Here you can see the visuals as well. Some of the protesters has been detained and taken to the police station on the precautionary measures.
Alright viewers, getting some big breaking updates coming in. There's a big fight in Parliament over the central government funds, with Adhir has been alleging that there is a discrimination against Karnataka, and Nirmala Sitharaman rebutting those claims. So what we see right now is a mega face-off over the central government funds. A short while back, we saw that Sitharaman has hit back and she has given a reply on that front. But let's go ahead, viewers, play out the statements which have come in as we keep tracking this development.
Devolution to the states happens in the direct tax matters as per the recommendation given by the Finance Commission. The GST, particularly the SGST, the state GST, goes 100% to the states. No one can do anything with it. It has automatic provision that 100% collected by the states will be with them. I repeat, 100% is with them. IGST is collected because it involves a lot of interstate payments. It is periodically reviewed also by the GST Council. It is because states should get the money in their hand, roughly, grossly, 50% is divided, and then periodically it is readjusted to actuals. So if a state were to get 41 and not 50, adjustment happens. If a state were to get 52, adjustment happens. So every now and then, when money gets accumulated under the IGST, it is divided grossly at 50-50 to all states and gets reconciled over the time according to the data that comes up. The CGST is divided as per the advice, 42% goes of the Finance Commission. So if this is direct tax, GST, sir, direct taxation is completely determined by the proportions decided and suggested and accepted and implemented by the central government. Now, of course, some states, and this rate fixation is nothing to do with the Government of India. Rate fixation as to how much should go to a state is done by the Finance Commission. And does the Finance Commission sit in one place and take a call on it? No. It goes all over, meets with every state government, talks to them, and only then submits the report. I want to humbly submit before you so that Adirji, please understand, I don't have the right to change as per my whims and fancies, that I like a state or this state is against my party politics and therefore, no way. I have no role. In fact, I would have to follow it 100%. And that's what I've done in my term here. And that's what every finance minister does in their term. Finance Commission giving recommendation, that which I have to implement, it is done without any kind of fear or favor or anything like that.
So the devolution of taxes, including GST, everything has been prescribed by our constitutions, and it is a constitutional mandate which is to be abided by you. But madam, don't take it otherwise. There is a general perception being grown across the nation that non-BJP ruled states are being deprived from having their legitimate due. The latest example is Karnataka, where the entire ministry has been agitating against the indiscriminate and arbitrary attitude of your administrations. They are alleging that they are being famished by sheer discrimination being played from your ministry. I would like to know whether state government of Karnataka has been deprived from obtaining their legitimate due, because few months ago the situation was not there. That time everything was going hunky-dory. But after the new installation of government, because the non-BJP government has been assumed there, since then that trouble has been started on. What is the reason behind this kind of deprivation?
And viewers, meanwhile, Karnataka's CM Siddaramaiah has repeated his charge against the central government, saying that the centre is doing a step-motherly treatment with Karnataka and they will hit the streets of New Delhi on 11th of February for the same. Now listen in, viewers, to the statements coming in as we keep tracking these details.
Tomorrow, all the ministers and all MLAs, both the houses, upper house and the lower house, we are going to agitate against the government of India for injustice caused to Karnataka state by the 15th Finance Commission, In 14th Finance Commission, we got about, Karnataka state got about 4.71% of taxes, whereas in 15th Finance Commission, we got 3.64% of taxes. Because of this, we lost about 62,098 crores of taxes.
I know that Srimati Nirmala Sitaram is a very intelligent leader and a minister, but she represents Karnataka. What she had uttered in her budget speech, for example, there are so many issues, I don't want to comment on those issues. As far as irrigation is concerned, in Karnataka, as far as irrigation is concerned in Karnataka, for Upper Bhadra project, Madam Finance Minister had announced that she is going to give 5,300 crores for the Bhadra project. Is it not the Finance Minister's announcement? Without knowing, without having the policy, I think no minister will announce without any recommendation. Before the election, Honorable Finance Minister had announced in the budget that they are going to release 5,300 crores. Have they released? Is it not the voice of the Honorable Finance Minister? I am telling you one instance. So, Finance Minister full powers, even on the Finance Commission issue, whatever the discrepancy is there, they have the entire power to rectify it, give justice, whatever injustice has been done. Naturally, see, there is a, for example, in Gujarat, I think they have announced some big scheme, that is Gift City. And they give to Karnataka also.
All right, viewers, let's go straight to my colleague Prajwal is joining us live right now. Prajwal, I'm coming to you, and it looks like that the Karnataka CM has announced a protest which will take place on 11th of February because they say that the center is doing a stepmotherly treatment. They are going ahead and they are showing a stepmotherly treatment with Karnataka. Now, we saw a short while back that Nirmala Sitharaman has hit back as well. She has slammed the allegations as political. Visuals coming in right now of Hemant Soren, who is now returning. Remember that Hemant Soren had come in for that trust vote. He had taken permission to come in for that trust vote. Now he is returning. So we are seeing those visuals coming in right now. Hemant Soren outside the assembly, and he is being taken back. At this point of time, those visuals coming in on Republic TV. As we keep getting more updates, let's tell you exactly what is happening. Hemant Soren was there at the floor test, and he took part in the floor test, and now he is going back now. Remember that the ED had arrested Hemant Soren, and right now he had taken permission to come and take part in the floor test. But at this point of time, Hemant Soren coming out with a lot of slogans being raised as he comes out. A short while back, Hemant Soren had also addressed the assembly, and he had made a couple of statements. And now he has come out, and he's been accompanied by leaders around him, and he's also there as Hemant Soren Zindabad slogans are being raised. So top update coming on Republic TV, viewers, as we keep getting more updates. Back-to-back developments coming in.
किसी भी तरह से सरकार गिरा दिया जाए, वो नाकामयाब हो गए। आज लोकतंत्र की रक्षा हो गई। आज बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर बहुत खुश हो रहे होंगे, और वो मतलब जिस तरह से उनके संविधान को लेकर उसका अपमान हो रहा था, आज सही मायने में उसका सम्मान, उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि दी गई बाबा साहब को। जी
मैम, जिस तरह से सरकार को अस्थिर करने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन आज आप लोगों के पक्ष में 47 वोट पड़े, क्या कहेंगे?
अब देखिए, ये लोकतंत्र की जीत है, और जिस तरह से सभी विधायक एकजुट रहे, ये माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी की सूझबूझ से संभव हुआ। साथ में कांग्रेस और राजद तमाम लोगों ने मिलकर जिस तरह की रणनीति बनाई, और ये बहुत ही असंभव को संभव करके दिखाया गया है। आज मुझे लगता है एक मिसाल बन गया है, एक इतिहास बन गया है, और जो भी राज्य जहां भाजपा की सरकार नहीं है, जिन्हें भी डराया धमकाया जाता है, वो हमेशा कोशिश करेंगे कि माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी जिस तरह से आगे बढ़े हैं, उनकी नक्शे कदम पे चलना चाहिए।
हेमंत जी ने कहा कि जिस तरह से दलितों, आदिवासियों, गरीबों का हमें गाँव में रखना चाहती है, बीजेपी की कोशिश होती है?
बिल्कुल, हमेशा कोशिश होती है और उस कोशिश को नाकामयाब किया है। आज तमाम लोग वीर शिबू सोरेन जी के सुपुत्र ने उतनी ही वीरता दिखाई है, इसके लिए पूरी दुनिया उन्हें सलाम कर रही है। धन्यवाद।
हाँ, आओ उधर करने दो।
भाजपा को लेकर के, जांच एजेंसियों को लेकर के, उसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे आप? और आदिवासी कार्ड खेलने की कोशिश उनके द्वारा की गई है,
असफल कोशिश है और जो आरोप है वो पूरी तरह से राजनीतिक आरोप है, उससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कहीं दूर दूर तक लेना नहीं है। जो कार्रवाइयाँ हुई है संविधान के अंतर्गत एजेंसियों के माध्यम से हुई है और किसी भी पद पर बैठ जाने के बाद वो चाहे किसी भी समाज का हो या किसी भी धर्म जाति का हो, उसको भारतीय संविधान प्रिविलेज नहीं देता है कि आप भ्रष्टाचार करिएगा और आपको कुछ नहीं होगा।
आप लोग ये कह रहे थे कि उनके पास बहुमत नहीं है और अचानक इतना बहुमत?
बहुमत उनके पास था, हम लोग कहाँ कह रहे थे? हमने कहा कि भाई उनमें डर है, अविश्वास उनके अंदर, इसीलिए वो शिफ्ट करके बाहर ले गए। अगर यदि उनमें विश्वास रहता तो यहीं रहते। मैं ये कह रहा था, हमारी पार्टी ये कह रही थी।
और ईडी पे जो लगातार आरोप लगा रहे, राजभवन पे भी उन्होंने आरोप लगाया। उन्होंने ये कहा कि ईडी तो उनको बोलने से भी अंदर मना कर रही थी कि वो विधानसभा में बोल नहीं सकते।
वो इसी बात है जिसका कोई प्रमाण नहीं किया जा सकता है। वो बोलना राजनीतिक सिंपैथी गेन करने के लिए और खिसियानी बिल्ली खंबा नोचने वाला जो स्थिति, वही स्थिति है। चोर मचाए शोर की स्थिति आज थी। मॉर्निंग शोज द डेज यह दिखलाता है कि किस तरह से राज्यपाल का अभिभाषण, जो सरकार का अभिभाषण होता है, उसके खिलाफ वो पूरे भाषण में खड़ा रहा, विरोध किया। इसका मतलब अपने सरकार के प्रति ही अविश्वास तो साफ दिख रहा था। ये मजबूरी का अलायंस है, मजबूरी की सरकार है और ये डर है मोदी जी का कि उनके रहते अगर यदि भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे तो फंस जाएंगे, इसलिए किसी तरह से सरकार के साथ रहना चाहिए।
सबसे बड़ी बात कही कि अगर आरोप तय हो जाता है तो वो पूर्ण रूप से राजनीति छोड़ देंगे।
एकदम तैयार रहिए, आरोप सिद्ध होगा और उनको राजनीति छोड़ देना चाहिए। इसी तरह से है जैसे उन्होंने कहा था 5 लाख यदि रोजगार नहीं देंगे तो राजनीति से संन्यास ले लेंगे। उन्होंने 5 लाख नौकरियां नहीं दी, राजनीति से संन्यास भी नहीं लिया। ये भी आरोप सिद्ध हो जाएगा, वो राजनीति भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे और झारखंड भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
आखिरी सवाल, उन्होंने कहा कि ईडी के पास कोई सबूत नहीं है, कुछ नहीं एविडेंस, बस समय खराब कर रही है।
नहीं, आप देख लीजिएगा ना, न्यायिक प्रक्रिया में है, न्यायिक प्रक्रिया का पूरा होने दीजिए ना। मेरा कहना है न्यायिक प्रक्रिया।
आप यहाँ पे अमर जी को सुन रहे थे जो कि बीजेपी के विधायक है और साफ तौर पे उनका कहना है कि न्यायिक प्रक्रिया में थोड़ा विलंब हो सकता है, लेकिन पूर्ण रूप से जब वो पूरा होता है तो दूध का दूध और पानी
उनके मान सम्मान में ठेस पहुंचाया है और सब आक्रोशित हैं। अभी आगे अब क्या होगा ये कहना बहुत मुश्किल है।
एक बात आई कि अब सरकार जो है आलमगीर आलम
Okay, let's go straight to my colleague Lomas, who is tracking on the developments. Lomas, I'm coming to you. So what we see right now is former Jharkhand CM leaving the state assembly. Many reactions also coming in from where you are. Lomas, take us through what is happening. This is, of course, a big win for Champai Soren government. But what next for Hemant Soren now?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि चंपाई सोरेन ने विधानसभा में अपना बहुमत सिद्ध किया और साफ तौर पे 47 उनके पक्ष में यहां पे वोटिंग की गई है और साथ में विपक्ष में 29 वोटिंग। आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं पूर्ण रूप से अब सरकार बनना तय हो चुका है और साफ तौर पे उसके बाद विधानसभा की कार्रवाई को स्थगित कर दिया गया है कल के लिए। और जो हेमंत सोरेन जो कि ईडी के गिरफ्त में है, वो कुछ देर पहले विधानसभा से निकल करके वो ईडी के साथ उनके ऑफिस में जा रहे हैं, जहां पे उनसे पूछताछ की जाएगी, फिर पूछताछ का दायरा बढ़ाया जाएगा। और साफ तौर पर जाने से पहले लगातार ही जो उनके पार्टी के नेता थे उनके द्वारा जयकारा के नारे लगाए जा रहे थे और लगातार जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाए जा रहे थे। और समझ सकते हैं कि जब वो विधानसभा में अंदर भी पहुंचे थे तब भी ये नारे लगाए जा रहे थे। और साफ तौर पे लगातार जो सवाल गठबंधन वाली सरकार पे उठ रहे थे कि उनके पास बहुमत नहीं है, उनके जो पार्टी के जो विधायक है वो एकजुटता नहीं दिखा रहे, वो अलग होने वाले हैं, और ये डर उन पार्टी के जो शीर्ष नेता हैं, जो सीनियर नेता है, उनके मन में है। और इसीलिए वो लगातार उनको रांची से दूर रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो सभी बातों पर अब विराम लग गया है और विराम लगते हुए यहां पर जेएमएम ने अपना बहुमत सिद्ध किया है और साफ तौर पे ये तस्वीरें पूर्ण रूप से अब खुल करके सामने आ चुकी हैं।
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Lomas, what we see is that after Champai Soren government has won the trust vote, we see Hemant Soren now leaving the state assembly. We'll track these developments very closely. Taking a very short break, much more coming up as we keep getting you top updates on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. The Prime Minister to reply on motion of thanks in Lok Sabha today. All eyes on that big address. And Maldives escalates diplomatic row. President of Maldives asks for Indian troops to be withdrawn by May 10th. Stay tuned.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
I think it's the best time that has been chosen. And we cannot stop anymore. The temple construction will keep happening. It may take several more months to finish or maybe years. But what is now available, what is ready, we should just go on.
Gurudev, are the Muslims a part of this celebration? You know, we are just days away from the Pran Pratishtha of the Bhavya Ram Mandir. And I remember that in 2018, we were covering very closely what you were doing. And I must say today to all the viewers that it's not just the court verdict. It's also, viewers, we must understand there was a setting, there was a mood setting which happened. And the process of reconciliation happened before the court order when Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar sat with all the representatives of both the sides. I remember he had sat and he even told, there were 12 trunks which were given full of documents to the Chief Justice of India at that point of time. Gurudev was part of the negotiation which went on with both sides. Gurudev, at that time you had said that India will turn into another Syria if this dispute is not resolved. I remember you also said that we can't make Lord Ram to be born in another place, while you were saying why the Hindus should be given the site. My direct question to you is, one, have Muslims actually accepted the reality? B, what is your sense of the Muslim community? Are they truly part of this celebration, or is there a feeling of angst inside them about the Ram temple today?
As far as I know, today there is very good feelings even among the Muslims. I don't see there is any such bickering. When I went and met about 1,200 imams and other religious leaders throughout the country during the mediation time, I tell you, except 2 or 3, everyone was willing to be part of this. Everyone was willing for a peaceful and happy settlement. Nobody wants to carry this on further anymore. Their only concern was, it should not become a precedence for 3,000 other mosques. So that was their concern and worry. And a second thing was that except just couple of lawyers and a few people, most of them were willing to come to the settlement. And many of them have written, given in writing that they are ready to be part of peaceful settlement.
But what is this?
In fact, Arnab, that nobody wanted 5 acres. Muslims never even asked for 5 acres of land. It is our suggestion to give them so that everyone feels good about it. To feel good factor is where the solution that came, and which Supreme Court also came up as a
the Hindu community should not feel guilty about 6th December 1992?
Not at all. It is the seculars, pseudo-seculars, the prevaricating government, the converging people who...
Very good afternoon, viewers. We are live on Breaking Republic TV. I'm Rakta Mishra with you this Monday afternoon. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines. Huge win for the Champai Soren government. Clears the floor test after week-long political drama. In custody for mega land scam, Hemant Soren cries foul, calls arrest a conspiracy by Raj Bhavan.
Rate fixation as to how much should go to a state is done by the Finance Commission. And does the Finance Commission sit in one place and take a call on it? No. It goes all over, meets with every state government.
Nirmala Sitharaman tears into Siddaramaiah government over discrimination over funds by centre charge. Mega face-off as IUML breaks ranks with Indi, backs the Ram Mandir, says it would strengthen secularism. Prime Minister to reply on motion of thanks in Lok Sabha today. All eyes on the big address. Maldives escalates the diplomatic row. President Muizzu asks for Indian troops to be withdrawn by the 10th of May. Alright, we start with breaking news coming in from the national capital. These are visuals inside the Delhi MCD house. The BJP raising slogans against the Aam Aadmi Party. The ruckus began when budget was being discussed in the MCD house, and you can see the drama that unfolded thereafter. This is not the first time, viewers, however, we've seen these such dramatic visuals coming in from the MCD house. But this time again, we've seen how the face-off continues between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, and it has reached the MCD house now. You can see the sloganeering that is happening, and you can see all of them that have gathered up. Sloganeering in MCD House, BJP raising slogans against the Aam Aadmi Party. And my colleague Simran is joining us live from the national capital. Simran, tell us more details about what did really happen there. We've seen a state of ruckus in the MCD House.
Well, yes, as we have also seen this afternoon, just at 2 p.m, when the special meeting of the House of the MCD was convened. Shortly, just an hour back, what has been seen unfolded as an uproar and a ruckus between the House meeting is a fallout of the allegations that have come from the opposition, BJP, and also Congress against AAP, saying that the budget meeting that has to be done and discussed today in the House should not have been done because they have already proposed the budget. Remember, this afternoon at 2 p.m, MCD had specially kept the budget meeting for the revised estimates of the budget for the upcoming year as well, 2024 and 2025, and also upping the ante over this discussion. The BJP and the Congress in the House have started slogans and chanting more slogans against the AAP, saying that if the budget had already been presented and approved, what is the need for a discussion in this matter? And just after an hour after the meeting of the House, special meeting that was convened, started, the House broke into a ruckus and uproar started happening. After roughly for about 15 to 20 minutes of uproar and sloganeering which broke into the House then finally started functioning normally. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Simran, for joining us with those details. So, yet again, we see that there is a ruckus unfolding in the MCD House, this time after discussion or what we understand when the budget was in fact being discussed. And now we move on to some other stories. Now in the Shivaganga constituency, a gathering was organised opposing the current MP Karthi Chidambaram, led by former MP Sudarshan Nachiyappan, where resolutions were passed censuring both Congress leaders P. Chidambaram and his son Karthi. Here's a report. Take a listen in.
Meeting in the Shivaganga constituency on Friday, where together they raised their condemnations against the incumbent MP from Shivaganga constituency, Karthi P. Chidambaram, for making remarks about the Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, and they also rebelled against him, and they also passed a resolution to deny a ticket to Karthi P. Chidambaram in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. In fact, this meeting was led by Congress former Union Minister and MP Sudarshan Nachiyappan and other important Congress leaders including Sundaram and Ramaswamy. In fact, Sundaram is a very close aide of Karthi P. Chidambaram, who has now gone as a rebel and joined the opposite gang. Therefore, it is a very tight situation for the Chidambarams in the state of Tamil Nadu ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. The Congress infighting is leading up, and in the meeting a disciplinary action against Karthi P. Chidambaram was speaking against Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge was also demanded.
All right, we're getting in some breaking news right now coming in. The Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi has allowed Manish Sisodia to meet his ailing wife once a week in custody in parole. Now, doctor will also visit her during this meeting. Now, this arrangement shall continue till the next order from the court. Court has also listed the hearing on his regular bail on the 12th of February at 2 p.m. So this is a relief coming in for former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, for Manish Sisodia. And what we know is that the Rouse Avenue Court has now granted permission for him to meet his wife. His wife has been reportedly ill for quite some time. He had sought also the permission of the court. And right now what we know is that the court has allowed him to meet his wife once a week. So this is the big update we're getting in. Some sort of relief here coming in. He can meet his wife once in a week. Doctor will also be checking up on her. And hearing, of course, on his bail plea is scheduled for the 12th of February. So this is the big update we're getting in right now. Earlier also on Monday we saw he had Sisodia sought early hearing of his two curative petitions in the Supreme Court, challenging the last year's verdict of the court that denied him bail. And my colleague Piyush joins us on the phone line for more. Piyush, of course, some sort of relief coming in from Manish Sisodia. Has been allowed to meet his wife once a week.
Well, definitely, Rakshita, this is definitely a sort of relief for Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, wherein the court now has allowed him to meet at least once a week with his ailing wife, because for long, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, had been making this request that he should be allowed to meet his wife because she was ailing and she was under treatment. Thereby, on human grounds, the court now, the Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi, has allowed the former Deputy Chief Minister to meet his wife. Now, this is one form of reprieve which the former Deputy Chief Minister might have got. However, the important thing now to see is that will he get another relief from the court when his bail petitions are going to be heard, not only in the Rouse Avenue Court, but he has also filed a curative bail plea in Supreme Court, where he has requested for an urgent bail hearing. So thereby